Finals fever just around the corner here in Gibraltar. It is the weekend. Cyprus was good today. Elimination day, 8 became 4 over there. Right here behind me, Bavaria. Well, their tournament is on the line tonight. Tarek, a bit of an obstacle. After tonight, we'll know exactly what the finals look like tomorrow here at the Rock. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECSN Gibraltar, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge night in European cricket. It's night number 10. It's the final night of qualifying here at the Rock. 5 teams started this journey. Only 4 will make it into finals tomorrow. So tonight we're going to find out which team will be eliminated. Will it be Rugby CC? They're clinging to a 1-point lead at the moment over Bavaria. Bavaria do have these 2 matches tonight, and if they can pick up a couple of points, well, then they'll grab that 4th spot. And as we know in ECN cricket, particularly here in Gibraltar, once you get to those knockout stages, anything can happen. First on, let's get into the toss. And Tyrone Peters was out in the middle a little bit earlier for the toss for match number 19. It's Bavaria taking on Tarek.
Tarek's a call.
Heads.
Heads is a call. What's a tell?
They will have a bowl.
They're going to bowl.
So it is Bavaria. They win the toss. Good toss to win. They've decided they want to bowl first. So I suppose they'll know exactly what they need to do. First thing they have to do is they're going to have to deal with this Tarek batting lineup. And Lorne Burns, I saw he's back in the side tonight. He got that close to his first ever ECN century the other night. Let's not forget earlier in the tournament, on opening night, in fact, he took 6 for 20, including a hat-trick, including a spell of 6 for none. Louis Bruce as well, out of the commentary box into the middle tonight. So it'll be interesting to see how my guest commentator for this series goes. As far as Bavaria go, I mean, they've got a lot of match winners. I suppose the issue with them is that, a couple of nights ago they had a little bit of a shocker. They fell off the pace when they looked like they had a game sewn up, and that was in match number 16. Turned out to be a golden ball, and they couldn't get the win in the golden ball, so they'll be ruining that. But having said that, they know what they need to do. They need to take at least 2 points out of tonight. If they take 1 point, it'll go down to net run rate, but I think the way things are looking, that probably won't be enough. So, I mean, 2 narrow losses might be enough, but one way Bavaria can get straight into that 4 is by winning a game of Tarek, and certainly it's all to play for. Let's go up to the commentary box now, and I might have a special guest or 2 tonight as well. Ready to start the first ball of the evening in match 19. Bavaria, they've won the toss. They've sent in Tarek. Let's see how it works out.
So let's get ready to rumble here. It is night 10 in Gibraltar. The sun's gone down, the players come out, and it's time to see exactly what this final 4 is going to look like when we hit the finals tomorrow. Slight time change as well. I just heard about finals tomorrow, but we'll come into that in a moment. Let's go back and have a look at what happened last night. Well, Rugby CC had a 1-point lead over Bavaria, and that was for 4th place. Sloggers, they blew them away, though, and they broke their hearts by chasing down the 89 within 7 overs. Henschel, a star once again, 63 not out to go with his wicket in the first innings. Latine was able to score a half-century for his Rugby CC, but it was in vain. Rugby taking no points out of that one, and it was just the same story in this second match of the night in match 18. In the end, it's a crazy collapse of 10 for 29 that sunk Rugby CC. They were bowled out in the 10th over for 59, and Sloggers made light work of it. Lee Rimmer starring with 31 in that one. Kenroy Nesta, well, he's a bit of a revelation in that one. 3 wickets, so did 3 wickets for Williams as well. But Kenroy should have taken a hat-trick, really. On a hat-trick ball, the ball hit the stumps, but it did knock the bails off, and it bounced away from the keeper. So this is the story of the night. Bavaria are taking on Tarek. So Tarek, we know they're safe in the top 2, but they'd love to get that top spot, I'm sure, over Sloggers. Bavaria, they're 1 point behind Rugby, but I think by my calculations, they kind of need 2 points here. If they get 1, I don't think their net run rate will do enough to overhaul Rugby CC. Bavaria winning the toss, as you saw there, and electing to bowl first. So, I mean, Tarek have got Lorne Burns in there. He's listed at 3 on my sheet. They've got Hillman at the top, probably. You've got Lee Bruce up there. Bavaria not given too much chance by the supercomputer. I don't know, about 15%. That looks pretty low, especially when they've got a fair few decent players in there. One player missing for Bavaria, though, Rick Hatchman, he was outstanding the other night. But that man is in. It's Jim Atwood, and I've been told that he's the secret weapon. So, don't know what to expect from Jim, but yeah, he's come highly regarded. And Tarek, they certainly want to make a statement on the eve of the finals as well. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and joining me as a special guest commentator all the way from the USA via the Netherlands is teenage middle order sensation Bernie Burchick, as we see the first ball worked away for one. Bernie, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you, Vinny. I'm very excited to be here. It's a beautiful stadium, and the weather is absolutely fantastic to play cricket.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's great to have you in here with us. Obviously, you got the night off playing tonight. I heard that you had a bit of fun on your days off. Is that true?
I did. I went over to Spanish Morocco, and I went to Morocco, and then today I went to Portugal.
Oh, why not? Every day you're going somewhere new. Well, at the moment, Atwood's probably lucky to still have 10 toes after that. It was whacked back at him, and it was an attempted foot stop. Avinash Pai out there with Hillman, so they've got plenty of options. They could have opened any one of the four of Burns or Bruce or these two. Ooh, pretty close. Umpire has a very good look. I feel that was just sneaking down the leg side, but it was a very good shout. How do you see this one, Bernie?
Oh, that's a tough call.
Tough call. I mean, for me, my instinct said it was just sneaking down, but only by a smidgen.
Definitely a call. He definitely should have called it. Ooh, wow.
Well, they weren't wrong about James Allen coming in.
Not off to a great start.
Yeah. So he's been very good so far. He goes by Jim as well.
Might be the secret weapon they need to win.
Good areas. Pies missed one on the inside, missed one on the outside as well.
Ooh, we did not connect.
So I've also put it out in the chat if there's anyone that would like to ask you some questions, Bernie, because it's quite interesting. Your background is quite interesting.
Very unique cricket experience, I have to say. I'm very proud of it.
So let's get this right. So you're 16 years of age.
Correct.
Now, what got you into cricket in the first place?
So I was 8 years old, and I was living in Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, and I saw cricket on television, and I asked my mom that I wanted to go play, and she called up. There's not really any local cricket clubs per se in my area, but there's country clubs that have cricket on the side. And they originally started out as cricket clubs, but over time they add golf, tennis, padel.
Multi-sport clubs.
Exactly. And when I was getting interested into cricket, it was the same time as the Philadelphia International Cricket Festival.
Okay.
So my mom contacted the Marion Cricket Club, and they invited me to come learn. They taught me how to play cricket, and I flipped the coin for the final match of the series.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was they wore all white uniforms.
And how old were you when you tossed the coin?
8 years old.
8 years old.
8 years old.
Just quickly though, into the first over here, 5 without loss. Tarek not really getting away in that first over, and Allen delivering. Looks like Boda's going to bowl some spin in the second over. So that must have been a thrill, because we see lots of kids tossing the coin here on ECN. I always think that just could be the thing that really sparks interest in cricket, and it did for you.
It really did, and I kept.
It's Boda quickly as this one will be a wide. It's going to get away from the keeper as well. Pyle, he just couldn't quite get across in time. That's a bonus. Doubles the score up to 10 now. Pyle puts his hands up.
That. That's not good.
Yeah, just misjudged it and didn't get the body behind it as a second.
Eyes went away. Yeah.
Okay, so that sparked your interest, and then slowly you've kind of been playing more and more organised cricket to the point that eventually you left America.
Yeah. Well, it was so they taught me cricket. And I tried to stay with it, but I ended up moving into Boston, where there is no cricket. And I lived there for about 3 years. And while I was there, actually, I did visit the Chestnut Hill Cricket Club, and they had no cricket. They just got rid of it.
Really?
Yeah, but they just kept the name. Yeah, I was very unlucky. And I returned to America, and I started to get back into cricket. And one day I went over to the Germantown Cricket Club, and I asked to join, and they gave me an offer, and they said, we'll teach you cricket. You know, you're the youth, you're the next generation, and we want to support that.
And by then you're already a teenager?
Yeah, I was about 15, and I played one season with them, and I got into contact with the Royal Den Haag Cricket Club, and they're like,
They spin it this time, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4. So, yeah, Pipe gets his namesake from Bodo, drags it down. So, what is the risk with the wrist spinning delivery? That getting the
excellent recovery by Tarek.
Yeah, getting the ball right, the right kind of length. Okay, so yeah, Trips watching. He's from America. I believe he's from Virginia.
Oh, really?
In the east, yeah, he's watching from Virginia. Any other American viewers? Now's the time to get into the chat and say hello
Virginia's a lovely place.
hello to Bernie. Well, that one's a bit, looked Gundy-ish, but it was Gundy in disguise. It was shot through, like a few of these balls from spinners. Didn't bounce very much there from Boda. And, yeah, Tripp asking, will you be on comments for both matches? I think Bernie's just going to be with me for the first game, because I know that Joey Marples, he's one of our commentators as well, and he hasn't been on yet, so I'm going to get Joey on in the second game. So now's the time to ask some questions, especially from the US.
Virginia, there's a lot of cricket down in Virginia. I played in a tournament, and it was Maryland and Virginia. And the pitches were a little bit rough, but I believe George Mason University is going to be having a hybrid pitch, one of the first. And
Right,
it's,
I've heard of these.
yeah, baseball cricket.
Nice ball the over here for Boda.
Ooh.
And Hillman goes after it,
Big
straight
catch.
up in the air, and it's dropped.
Oh.
Well, Sajan, maybe distracted by his beautiful head of hair, but it came down straight through the hands, and they drop Hillman. That'll be the end of the over as well. 18.
Missed
Without
chance
loss.
from Bavaria.
Certainly was. Hillman gets dropped on 4. Just quickly, we'll have a look at the table in case you missed it at the start of the broadcast. Bavaria tonight just need to find a way to get a couple of points and sneak up past Rugby CC. The reason I said one's probably not good enough is because if they only get 1, it means they're blown away in the other game. And I think it's quite likely their net run rate would dip. Although it's mathematically probably possible. Jim Allen's going to bowl his second over. So far, so good. And this is...
the misfield, really.
Yeah, that's James Riley
Good
there,
save,
but won't
yeah.
go for 4. They will get a couple. Okay, and
Much better.
so, yeah, cricket in the USA, because it's something I know a little bit about. I've never been there for cricket. I've been there for some other reasons. But you're saying, yeah, the hybrid pitch. So that's kind of a mixture of artificial with the natural grass kind of interweaved, right?
I'm very interested to see how George Mason University has that planned. Other than that, I don't know of any other hybrid pitches.
Great fielding there. That's Crichton at mid-off. Makes a great diving stop and saves 3 runs.
It's excellent work from the fielder.
I've also heard there's a few kind of coconut mat pitches, they call it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so they're like coconut. They kind of stretch out. Yeah, like basically a hard fabric, and that's what.
Oh, yes,
Not literally made of like matting. I'd say matting.
Yeah, actually, we use that in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It's actually really interesting. We're all throughout the Philadelphia and Greater Philadelphia region. The U.S. team actually beat, I guess it was the Gentlemen of Philadelphia Cricket Club, and they beat the England playing 11 back in the 1800s.
Right. And I wonder if you know this. I might throw a trivia question on you here, Bernie. It's okay if you don't know it. It's gone. Now, they weren't wrong about Allen. He is a bit of a secret weapon. And Hillman got lucky in the last over. Skyd one got away with it, but this one knocks the top of middle stump back. And Allen, he loves it. And they're all getting around him. That's the first wicket of the night. Tarek, 22 for 1.
Wow.
What a good ball. Straight as you like. You can see that top of the stump. Length, and Hillman going for the sweep. Always a risk. Well, it's almost like Allen was asking the question, but it was a rhetorical question because the stumps had been disturbed. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Bernie Burchick, who's watching. Well, he's here with me, but if you're watching from the USA, why don't you fire a question or two in for Bernie? And tell me this though: when you were playing a little bit of cricket in the USA, your friends at school, for example, how much did they know about cricket? I'm assuming not much. And
No.
And what did they know about it? Did they have questions about it?
No and no, I would say. Not a lot of interest in cricket where I was specifically. I know for people like between the ages of 20 and 30, there's interest, but I would say for kids my age, not really interested. They're more focused on...
Spending too much time on their iPads probably. Anyway, here's Burns, who pushes and runs, gets off the mark. Don't forget, he's coming off a good 90-odd the other night as well. Yeah, okay. So explain now how you come to Europe.
So it's I came. My parents were very supportive of my cricket career, and the Royal Den Haag Cricket Club. They said you come spend the summer in Europe, which I would never turn down. And I was also taught how to repair and make cricket bats on the side. But the big thing for me was just playing cricket for a very serious club like the Royal Den Haag.
That's awesome. That's very, very good. Anyway, that's the end of the power play. That's kind of even Stevens for me. 24 for 1 after 3 overs. That Burns is now at the crease. And just talking about him having scored the only 90-plus score of this series. 93 not out against 37. You probably saw that one close up because that was against you guys. That was against Pirates. And of course, you are playing for Pirates in this series. And
Love the Pirates.
good player.
Yeah.
We'll come to that in a moment, but maybe we'll just go a little bit about how you got to Europe. So, you play in the Netherlands and your family, they come with you on the journey.
We rented a house that was right next to the pitch. And for 3 months I played there. And I'll tell you, moving up into the U17 is very, very difficult. There's a lot of skilled players in the Netherlands, and I think in the coming years the Netherlands will be... That's going for 4.
Well, it's almost getting there, and it does get there in the end. And the result is going to be 4 runs.
Not what Bavaria needs right now.
Yeah. So, the fact that your parents were able to come with you on the journey.
That was both of them. At first, so my mom's Irish, and so that allows me to be in the European Union. And then my father, he's American, so I spend he would have to go back to America, and then he would fly back and forth while we stayed in Den Haag. And it was the greatest experience of my life because my parents said to me, this summer we'll decide whether or not you truly love cricket. You know, if you don't like it, it's okay. We'll let you go home. You can play a different sport. But if you like it, we can go forward. And my team, we went to the championships. Ooh.
Burns hits us down the ground, but Crichton almost had egg on his face there, but luckily it was backed up and it's just a single.
It's
because you're pretty young then. If you're playing cricket in the Netherlands, you're 15 years old then?
Yeah, I was 15.
15 years old. That's pretty...
Kids much bigger than me, much faster than me.
Yeah, and you're playing under 17s.
Yeah.
So you're playing a bit up as well.
Yeah.
So the leggy from Boda cut away.
Excellent shot.
I think that'll run away for 4. So Pipe getting moving.
Get it.
Survived a tight LBW shout in the first over, but Avinash now going to work. Fraction short once again from Boda. So what was... Okay, now you're playing against kids in the Netherlands that... Even the Netherlands has a pretty organised structure.
They've been playing since they're 7 years old.
Yeah.
And, their parents are very... So my parents don't really know what cricket is, per se. Like, my father, he grew up playing ice hockey. My mother, she never picked up a cricket bat in her life. So for them just to see that I care about something so much, and for them to support me means a lot. In fact, they would move across Europe. I moved to Europe solely to play cricket. But also, it's amazing living in Den Haag, especially around my club. I would say I would play with my teammates for maybe 3 to 4 hours every single night after working all day and playing cricket with my trainer. I had a trainer from South Africa, and he helped me get up to speed because these guys are amazing. There a lot of them are on the Dutch national cricket team.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I know. Well, actually, one question I was going to give you is a bit of a historical one. I know you're only a youngster. 39 for 1 here after 4. Let's have a look at what's coming up on the ECN over the next few months, actually. Of course, we'll be starting in Barcelona on Monday. I'll be there with Georgie Parker, who will be making her ECN commentary debut. Rico's got the week off, but he'll be part of that commentary team from week 2. And Corey's even going to feature for a little bit. Corey's also going to feature as captain of the Europe side in the first ever Western Shield, which is going to be in Portugal, alongside the ECS. That's going to be British and Irish Knights versus Team Europe. That's something that we've been working on for a little while. So it's going to be kind of a best of the best series, Bernie.
Wow.
Something to shoot for one day. They hope that one day, maybe with the USA, kind of gets in on the party of T10 in a serious way. Could have something like the Ryder Cup, USA versus Europe. But then you'd have to work out who you're going to represent. USA or Europe. That's tough.
That's a tough one. I do love America. I would love to represent America in cricket. I'm looking into doing that now, so that's Let's see what he.
Something to think about for the future. Anyway, Crichton comes in and Pye will just work this away for a single. So obviously you had the chance to play Netherlands, even doing a bit of captaincy there as well. Is that right?
For my school.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for your school?
I'm the captain of the British school in the Netherlands cricket team. We have not had a match yet, but I would love to play this February. I don't know if we'll be able to. We got a great pitch at our school that can also be used for cricket. It's AstroTurf, so I can't slide on it, but it's a very, very nice facilities. My school's been very receptive because switching from an American school to a British school is quite the challenge.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure it's the first time they've had an American captain of their cricket team, but I think that's great. And it's a great experience when your captain really kind of speeds along.
It's a dream come true, to be honest.
Yeah.
You always think, I've always wanted to be, when I was living in America and playing cricket, I wanted to start a cricket team at my school and be the captain. That was always like a dream for me. So the fact I was able to come to the Netherlands and be the captain of my school in the Netherlands, it's even better because we get to play proper teams.
Of course. That's a nice shot down the ground from Burns off that in-swinger from Crichton, who's getting that typical in-swing. It's his stock delivery. Morton's in good form with the bat. Heard that he was pretty ill the other night, but, well, he's just fully sick tonight as he cuts another
Going for 4.
ball away. So back-to-back boundaries for Burns. And it's good shot selection.
Excellent. That was
as
a
well.
very good shot.
Burns is an interesting character. I mean, he's a guy who even got up to the level of getting the county system in England when he was living there.
Wow.
Played a lot in the second 11 competition, then had a long holiday from the game, so living here in Spain, and he's been picked up and now does actually play for the Spanish national team.
Wow.
And so, Spain.
So he was in the ECS.
Yeah, he's played in the ECC, the Euros of cricket, and Spain actually was part of the side that came third in Europe and probably should have come second, but you know who spoiled
Netherlands
the party?
came second.
The Netherlands. The Netherlands knocked him out. They actually chased the record score. And in qualifier 2, that was something else.
Yeah, I remember. I really wanted the Netherlands to win against. I think they were playing the England's 11, if I remember.
Yeah,
They,
well, that was in the final. Right now, there's nothing final about Pye, who just keeps on trucking. Works this. Good footwork to get
Excellent
inside
shot.
it. A lot of batters here are kind of backing away outside the leg stump. But you look at what Pye does there. He creates that. The 50 comes up as we get to the end of the 5th over. 53 for 1 here with Bernie Burchick. And it's great that we've had so many people interested in Bernie being here.
Do we have some more Americans?
Yeah, probably do. We know we've got Kitty Hundley in there from time to time. We've got Cosmic Nana, who's from Texas.
Oh, wow. There's a lot of cricket in Texas.
So, yeah, this is what we're talking about the highest chases ever, and it was Netherlands actually beat Spain. That was to get into the final, where they weren't able to beat England 11, but that was a crazy game.
Yeah, I know some of the lads. I think it was Ting Kloppenberg in that.
Yeah, Tune was there. Oh, this is asking for trouble as Chawla comes out, and it's Burns
Beautiful
that
shot.
unwraps the gift. Seis carreras, maximo time. Can't afford to be short on this pitch.
No, you really can't. It's an excellent shot from him. It's proper cricket.
Yeah, it's a good pickup shot, designed to go up and over the top. I've got a question for you as well, and keep them coming in on the chat, but the European network experience, so the chance to play on ECN, is that something you've wanted to do for a while?
It has been.
Firstly, how did you find out about ECN cricket?
Oh, wow. I think Instagram. I think I was watching it on I remember I used to watch, I watched this exact series this time last year.
1 year ago.
When I was in school in Pennsylvania. Instead of doing classwork, I'm guilty. I was watching.
Good choice. Burns, though, he's lighting it up right now, and it's Chawla that's getting burnt. 2 balls, 2 sixes, once again far too short.
Bavaria's losing control here. Excellent shot from Burns.
Yeah, very nice shot. So, okay, so it's about a year ago, and then we have had series in the Netherlands back in 2020, 21 and 22. It's a bit tough to get in the calendar because it is so packed in, the Dutch season.
We have amazing cricket in the Netherlands, and there's new clubs popping up down in Zeeland. I'm very excited to see how, I think in a couple years in the Netherlands, I believe it went from 5,000 registered members of the KNCB. I may be wrong, and I think it went up to 7,000, if I recall.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
there is
massive growth.
it's sometimes hard to grade because you've got these multi-sport clubs
Yeah.
in the Netherlands. You know, and when we see it all the time, VOC Rotterdam, they have qualified for ECL, which is starting next month. They're previous winners of that tournament, 2019. This is a wide. It might have been bounced twice before the keeper, but I think the second bounce is after the line. But Chorla just cannot get it right here at the moment.
It's
Drags
costing
us
them the
down.
match.
Yeah, bounces after the stumps before the gloves. Just got to pitch it up here to Pye. Looking dangerous, so is Burns. Ooh, wide this time. Chorla having trouble getting it under control. Okay, and then I know that you've been in touch with us at ECN. You've wanted to find a chance to play, and it didn't work out during last year, but now I see you here in Gibraltar, so maybe I can get an
thanks
idea.
to you, really. I'm very grateful. The fact I get to come play here, it's a part of the cricketing journey, and
I think it's great for you as well to play against some different players, different format as well.
amazing pitch, though, I have to say. I love playing. I've never played under the lights before, and I think if cricket is going to become popular in America, I think it's going to be under the lights.
Yeah.
People love watching matches under the lights.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Especially
So one of
T10.
my questions was, I'm going to get back to it in a second, but the first ever international cricket game was played between two nations.
Actually, I do know this fact because I used to tell my friends all the time, and it was Canada versus United States.
Very good.
And
you know it.
I think it was 1890, I think it was.
Close, 1844. Speaking of the fours, it's Pye with another four cracked through the offside, and Chorla, well, he's just praying this over ends soon because it has not gone to plan. That's 21 off the over now. It's gone magical. Tarek out of the box. Remember, Bavaria, even if they can grab a point, they'll probably be happy from here, but no mercy from Tarek. This is played away on the
Tarek
offside.
is very strong batting order.
Very strong. Well, Crichton, well, he then decides to throw from the seat of his pants, but that will be the end of the over. So 6 overs down. They get 2 there, and the score 76 for 1 after 6. So, yeah, so tell me what the experience has been like. Playing for Pirates, of course. You've got some great characters in your team.
Oh,
like
we do.
Richie Cunningham, Andy Reyes, who's actually in the chat right now, wishing you luck. What's it been like? Tell me about your week here in Gibraltar.
It's well, I'll tell you, it is amazing being here. I really do love Gibraltar. We got a lot of funny guys too. I think a big thing about cricket is that it needs to be competitive, but you need to be having a good time while doing it.
Sure.
And that's like when I play for HCC, there's camaraderie, and I found that here with the Pirates. I love the sledging Richie does when we're on the pitch. I think that keeps the game lively. Very good squad though. You have guys like George Sweeney, excellent cricketers, and they really challenged me too. I love practicing against them. The Pirates.
So it is nice to play and practice with some other people and do something a bit different.
Especially
sometimes,
people
isn't it?
that are better than you.
How about the sunsets? Do you like the sunsets?
I love the sunsets. The view of, I believe that's Spanish Merco over the...
There we go, look. And I don't know, that looks like the production crew over there. Who's that? I think it was. The production crew in the little
speed
scorers.
there. Oh, that was an excellent ball.
Sawyer comes in. He swings the ball a lot as well.
Where's Sawyer from? Is he from Gibraltar?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, wow.
He's, I've seen it last year and this year. And yeah, what I like here about Gibraltar is the diversity of the playing group as well. You've got some young players, you've got some older players, you've got various abilities. I think this format as well, it's a quick, sharp format. People are involved in the game. A lot more balls getting hit to all positions. That's a big in-swinger, and Pye swats it away, gets them off walking, sticks it up into the 80s. Good shot by Avinash.
It's not going well for Bavaria. Yeah, I do agree. I think T10 holds a lot of promise, especially when it comes to America. I think shorter matches are definitely the way to go. Though I think Test has potential in America. Test cricket. I really do.
It's tough to sell people on a 5-day game straight off the bat, though, isn't it? You kind of need a gateway format if you want to get them into Test.
Yeah, but you could also, and I was talking to some of my mates in America about it. You can say with 4 to 5 days, you can argue it's the hardest sport out there. Even though it can be debated, you can say 4 to 5 days is a... Ooh.
Yeah, good wide Yorker there from Sawyer. It just bangs into the ground.
At least with Test cricket, you can argue, it's a ultimate challenge to the player, though. Yeah, I think if Test cricket's at day to night with pink ball,
yeah,
it'll have a fighting chance in America. I think ODI would struggle because 8 hours. I know that there was some Dutch journalist website saying it's like a 9 to 5 ODI cricket.
Yeah, it is a bit like a 9 to 5 when you put it that way.
Yeah, and that's not the perception you want. So I know T20 is already in America with the MLC and MIOs.
Well, how about that for a shot from Avinash? He goes the reverse.
Beautiful.
And we'll get it over the ropes. I don't know, such bumping the brakes there
tripped there,
before
yeah.
he went straight into the wall. But anyway, Avinash, well, he probably knows this is kind of swinging towards the middle of his bat. If he can get it right,
Beautiful
he does play
shot.
that well. And now, I mean, it's pretty tough to bowl to that. You don't really know what Avinash is going to do next.
That's why we love T10. Shots like those are brilliant.
A really nice shot.
But it looks like this match is slipping away from Bavaria.
Yeah, but again, think about it. 70% of this, and take a point out of this, and hang in there.
Yeah.
Long way across, but probably swing down the leg side. Maybe a bit of bat in that as well.
They could just go for 2 losses and just get the bonus points.
Yeah, I mean, look, essentially I'd put it this way. Just trying to play well enough to get into the finals. That might be winning a match. That might be 2 narrow losses. Once you get to the finals, this has happened in Gibraltar a couple of times. The top seeded team going to the finals has never actually won
Really?
a trophy. Yeah, in 2 attempts so far.
Good thing the Pirates were 3rd right now.
Yeah, well, Pirates won it last year, and they weren't first after the group stage. This is hit straight down the throat of Jamie Riley. Burns is going to go, and Sawyer bowled a pretty good over here, to be honest. He's only gone single digits.
Sawyer's
and
redemption,
ends.
yeah, that's Sawyer's been doing very good. I think he could get Bavaria back on track.
Yeah, well, that's what he's hoping anyway. Catching's important. Burns tries to come up over the ropes. Maybe still suffering
Excellent catch.
from a little bit of that illness because he only looked about 80% as powerful as normal. But yeah, Riley takes the catch, and that will also be the end of the 7th over. Sawyer takes 1 for 9 in that one. It's 86 for 2 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, it's finals day in Cyprus. It's also finals night here. But finals night actually starts in the morning because we start at 11:45. And you'll be playing in that game.
I can't wait.
We don't know who you'll be playing just yet, though. So tomorrow in Cyprus, just 3 games there because of the sun. The 2 Lions teams were the top sides, Punjab Lions and Sri Lankan Lions. And they're taking on Marcor and Black Caps respectively. The winners go through to the final. And tomorrow afternoon, we'll give away the first ECS trophy of the season in Cyprus. Rico Fall there with Charlie Hunt. And they start bright and early, but a little bit later, 15 minutes later than normal. 7 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India, day 12 of 12. I'm going to test your knowledge. The next European Cricket Series is starting Monday in
Portugal? No, Spain, Barcelona.
Barcelona. Very good. Yeah. I've gotcha.
I think you're going to Estonia, one of these, right?
Yeah, we're going to go to Estonia in May. We have been there before for just a 2-day series. We wanted to get back for a while. Had a slot open up in Estonia. I'm very excited to...
Yeah, I've seen a lot of
to get
potential
into it.
coming out of Estonia.
It's well set up. They've got Terry O'Connor, who used to run cricket in Czech Republic. He's now kind of working operationally in Estonia and just trying to professionalise that operation, which is pretty cool. It's Jamie Riley who's getting a bowl.
Speed. Ooh.
It's a good start.
Excellent bowling.
Yeah, Jamie's good bowl. Often you will see him bowling early, but they've decided
Great
to...
start. That's a great start to his
out.
bowling in this match.
Good area. Just go around the wicket. Just maybe a hint to in, but maybe just holds its line. Pie on 38. Not going to miss out twice in a row.
Excellent shot.
Yeah, a bit of swashbuckle there. One hand came off the bat, and it was just to the fielder's left, and Avinash moves into the 40s. Yeah, nice shot by Avinash Pie. I have a question from Dave B in the chat for you. He wants to know, have you followed the American League cricket competition or any of the leagues there? I know that Major League Cricket's there, Minor League Cricket's there as well. There's a few
I have,
other
yeah.
ones. I was watching a bit, actually. Some are streamed on YouTube, so I was watching a bit over our winter break, over our Christmas break.
Which one? With the minor league?
Yeah, I think it might have been the US Cricket League or something. I think it was
Well, we have Major League Cricket, which is a
Major
great
League
name.
Cricket,
Great
yeah.
name. If it's in, let's see what we got here.
Had
From
some
Ryan.
professional players in it. That's cracked away by Pie, and he's going to get the result. Well, somebody better check that ball. It might have a flat side. That has smashed into the concrete. Pie moves to 46, and this is a class shot.
Beautiful.
Well balanced there. I mean, that's a really good example. Being strong. See how...
Head's right there.
Have a look at his feet. You see so many batters we've seen kind of going away from the stumps, going down the leg side. He's very big on kind of keeping his weight in line with the ball. Occasionally, he might
Not
give
trying
you a
to come
chance.
across. Yeah,
It might give you a chance at LBW, but at this stage, he doesn't miss too many. Riley having a tough time here.
Ooh.
Good comeback, though. Really good comeback. Good battle here between Riley and Avinash Pai.
Yeah, this is an excellent cricket to watch.
Yeah. Pai's annoyed. He's only hitting 50% of these at the moment. Also, Pyle, we know he's a brilliant wicket keeper. Very quick to get the bails off, but the foot never moved.
He's keeping Pai on the edge.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I think if I'm looking at it from the outside, so I haven't really been involved in American cricket, though I do keep an eye on it because it's kind of, I suppose, this non-traditional cricket area, even though they did play in the first ever international game. But I suppose you've got certain challenges in USA, probably not dissimilar to Europe in a way. Come back to that in a second as Riley comes in.
Ooh, steps out, okay.
Yeah, see, bats himself to hit
Good
it.
save.
He does. Just gets one, though. James Riley does the fielding. But I think about it, in America, you've got 50 different states. I'm not saying all of them.
Correct.
Probably cricket exists in all of them, to be honest, to some degree, even if it's just people playing in the street. You would find it, trust me, right?
Really?
You would. But it's at different degrees of organisation. And trying to merge all those different competitions, federations, whatever you want to call them, some of them formal, some of them informal, into one body, USA Cricket, is very difficult.
And they're owned by American Cricket Enterprises, if I recall.
Yeah.
I've done.
Should just be a single,
Ooh,
they
they dropped it.
fumbles. Well, they get two. They get there. That's well run.
Excellent work.
Gonzalez is out there now. Gets off the mark with two.
The history of American cricket, I have studied it a long time ago, and it's there was supposed to be American cricket. I think it was the early 2000s, and then they went bankrupt, and I think 2015 is when they had another change, and they switched to American Cricket Enterprises. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've read about it. The minor league cricket had a soft start due to COVID, and I think the big problem with the minor league is that they struggle to get proper pitches.
Yeah.
People won't watch cricket if it's not Americans, like, they're very used to the American football, baseball, high quality pitches, and they're not going to come watch cricket in a gravel park. That's and I think that's an issue they're facing.
it's two things really, and it's one thing also to get people there live, but also to get the cricket world interested as well.
Yeah.
That's one thing with European cricket. Of course, we don't really have a big spectator audience live, but it generates a tremendous amount of interest from around the world now, to the point that we have millions of viewers on a regular day on ECN, or we'd have literally tens of millions for something like an ECL or an ECC.
It's amazing.
It's certainly come a long way. A lot of that's to do with their magnificent TV production.
It is. The TV production
resources.
is so much fun to watch. Like, all the different cameras. It's like Sky Sports pretty much.
They're definitely wizards. They're very, very good. I'll just take one this time. We're into the ninth.
Getting ready for 100.
Don't say too many good things about the TV crew, because I'll start slacking off. But they are absolutely amazing. Sawyer bowling a good spell here. But I mean, I suppose it was kind of the same way in Europe. But ECN's come as a kind of neutral body, interested in improving all of Europe. Obviously.
Well, I've seen that. It's very cool.
And that's something that obviously has been a bit of a game changer. Not to say there aren't a lot of hardworking people around Europe, but I suppose when ECN comes to town with some of the resources we're able to bring to the table, the fact we're able to show cricket, get cricket being watched,
No doubt about
it. It certainly has changed things.
The ECN provides it sets a standard. I would argue, like, ECN is it's the face of European cricket. I mean, it's in the name.
Oh, bowled him. Gonzalez swings right round this, and Sawyer gets the second. He's been brilliant here. Bavaria, well, put it this way, at the moment, if they were to wave a magic wand and end this innings right now, they'd need 70 to get a point. So obviously, they might be able to keep it to 110 with a bit of luck here. Maybe they can keep Pai off strike or get him out. But Sawyer swings this one straight through the gate. Gonzalez is able to contribute 3 to the total in the score. 100 for 3. The other thing I was going to say is one of the natural disadvantages for America is actually the time zone. So when you realise that the majority of the cricket watching world is in the subcontinent these days, it's a big centre of power. And yeah, to get American matches watched, it's kind of a problem when games are in the West Indies as well. They have to start at weird times. So, like, you probably have to go out play at 7 in the morning if you're playing in Texas or something like that. or I don't know, 4 in the morning in Las Vegas. We have pitched that, ECS Las Vegas.
Really?
They're going to get back to us.
Yeah, I have heard they're building.
Crew's lining up for that one.
Yeah, they're building Las Vegas, one in Los Angeles, I think one in San Francisco, Murrysville, North Carolina.
Yep. Here we go with
Where's that
Louis
going?
Bruce coming out at 5, so pretty decent number 5 to come out. Doesn't time the first one. Louis is a guy, I think. Louis is a couple of years older than you, but someone you've been corresponding with as well, previous to the tournament.
He's a great guy. Yeah, no, he did help me introduce to Gibraltar cricket. Yeah, he's been very nice, and he's an excellent cricketer too. I believe he's going to the University of Sussex now.
Well, right now, this one is headed somewhere. It's towards the University of Gibraltar, actually, that side of the ground. Pye goes Maximo and brings up his 50 in 29 balls. Survived a very tight shout in the first over, but he's never looked back. 107 for 3 off 9 again.
Excellent cricket from him. All the shots he's been playing is just beautiful. Timing it right.
He's got a point to prove Avinash Pye. He's actually captained 2 teams that have topped the table in the last 2 years, and both of those teams have lost the final in the last over and the last couple of balls, actually. So
wow.
Avinash is like a dog with a bone. He really wants to be on the winning side. Hey, who knows? Maybe you can spoil the party for him tomorrow on final Sunday.
I don't want to jinx myself, but yeah, maybe. The Pirates are very close to winning. I can feel it.
Here's Jamie Riley to come on a bowl over number 10. That's not a bad area. It's going to fly, though. That's the pace of Riley working against him. That's going to crash into the fence near those youths, and it'll be 4 runs.
Good shot.
I suppose he creates the bat speed there. This is what it's looking like tomorrow. So you're locked into third. You'll play either Rugby CC or Bavaria, and then we'll see Sloggers and Tarek in the 1 versus 2. We don't know who'll finish first or second, but we know that it'll be those 2 teams. And essentially, you've got a tough one tomorrow. Pirates, if you're going to win the trophy, you need to win 3 matches. Can't afford to lose one. But it's been done before. All right, hits, he's gone. He is gone. So Pye, just gambling that the keeper, Pyle, wouldn't be able to find the ball or find the stumps. He did both, and so Pye trying to steal the strike back. He gets his hand caught in the cookie jar, and he's run out for 55. It's 111 for 4. Pretty good recovery from the keeper.
It's an excellent recovery. Yeah, that was tight one. You could have missed it.
Yeah, I think Pye, it was last over. He felt it was worth it. I guess Louis Bruce there, he's no bunny. Louis now stuck at the wrong end for what he would want. But yeah, Avinash, like I said, he hopes it's a big weekend for him.
He had a very good run.
He led Tarek to the final in 2022, the first time we were here for the night series. And I'm sure he'll get a warm reception from his teammates. And look at that. I mean, they won't leave him alone. They probably know he doesn't like being talked to when he gets out, so they're just a bit cautious there. So I don't mind that.
Very respectful.
Here's the 10th over, though. Anyway, new batter comes out there, Kabir Mapuri. He had a breakout innings a few days ago, and he hits this pretty well. Fielder comes around. Oh, it's an own goal.
He's playing football there.
Sammy Broder, I mean, a young man like him, you'd like to see him get down, try and get the hand to that in the end.
Good effort.
Filed this one under you for unnecessary. I still think, he's in his early 20s. If he's not going to be able to reach the ground, he probably never will. Anyway, Sammy, get off his back. He's had a tough week because a couple of nights ago he hit the golden ball, found the fielder, and that gave Pirates the win. Oh, we haven't even talked about that. Maybe we will get to it in the second innings.
I did see I was featured on Instagram Reels, so.
Oh, clever shot. And oh no, once again, foot fielding attempted. And that's 2 balls, 2 boundaries. Really, neither one of them should have reached the rope. Mipura uses the pace of Riley to superb effect and gets another 4.
First thing I was taught by my coach, never field with their feet.
Yeah, especially because he kind of did get down and
he could have dove for it.
Like a 3rd string ice hockey goalkeeper. Wasn't able to keep it out of the
I
back
do
of
love
the
playing
net.
ice hockey. Great sport.
Yeah, I bet you're a good skater as well.
Yeah,
okay, quickly then. Okay, maybe I'll get it after this ball. I know Riley doesn't bowl wide, so we won't have more time to talk about it. A perfect ball. That just swings in. That cracks him on the right thumb pile. That is tough, so he'll just act like he's fine. But that hurt. Maybe actually got him in the inside of the knee.
Ooh.
Check this out. Oh, yeah, stays down with it.
Excellent
Comes
ball.
in a little bit. Oh, yeah. That ain't pleasant. Golden ball. How was it? You were on the field the other night.
I honestly, I was.
Were you nervous?
Yes.
Did you want the ball to come to you on the golden ball? Be honest.
No.
Yeah.
I would say.
That just means you're human. Hey, we'll talk about the second innings because we'll run out of time here. This is hit in the air, very, very high. Bruce has to leg it out, coming down from the sky, dropped.
Lucky day for
can't hold on.
Louis.
They get 2. Probably should go for 3 here. And we'll never know if they would have made it or not. But that will be the end of the 10 overs. It'll be 122 for 4 off the 10. Now, what that means, Bavaria, they'll need 86 to get a point. 86 to get a point, 123 to get the win. So
86 is doable. I don't know about the 123.
you never know, though. I mean, maybe they could have someone have a breakout innings again, like a Jamie Riley, who scored a half-century earlier in the tournament. Boda, I'm sure he'd like to score a few runs as well. No Rick Hatchman. I think that hurts him a little bit with the batting. Paddy Hatchman, the captain, couldn't take a trick in this series so far, and he'll be hoping that he can finally make some sort of a contribution on the scoreboard. But let's go have a look at the highlights, and it was James Allen who was doing some pretty special things early. Eventually, he would get the breakthrough. Hillman was bowled for 8, but I thought he did pretty well. But then Pye and Burns, I mean, they're 2 class players. Their big partnership set up this total of 122.
2 of them were just undefeatable. Up until the very last over, Avinash was in there, and he was...
It just seemed to make good choices while he was there. Eventually, Lorne Burns went for 30 off 13. It went at a good rate, though, but Avinash Pye, he certainly looked like a man on a mission. Lost a couple along the way. Gonzalez got castled by Sawyer, who I thought bowled pretty well. But then Avinash Pye was able to bring up his half-century. 9 fours and a 6 in his innings. And late in the piece, he was run out, just trying to steal the strike back. Had to go, but
Could he have made it if he put his bat in, do you think?
Well, he would have needed quite a long bat, is what I would say about that. Mirpuri came out, hit 2 fours. Both of them, if they were baseball, I think I would have scored them as singles and charged the error to the fielder because they shouldn't have been getting through. And in the end, another, I suppose you called a fielding error, although this one almost hit the moon and came back. Hatchman couldn't hold on, and they conceded 2 off that last ball. So... yeah, once again, I want to say a big thank you to you, Bernie. I know you'll be back for the second innings, and I know that your mum's in, so you better be on your best behaviour. We'll give us some shout-outs to the second innings as well. 55 for Pye of 29 balls. He was the leading scorer in this innings, 9 boundaries and 6 in there, 30 for Burns. No one else had to hit double figures, but bits and pieces there. 1 boundary for Bruce and 2 for Mirpuri late in the piece. So, yeah, like I said, 123 will be the victory target for Bavaria. 86 will give them a point and put them level on points with Rugby CC if they can do that. 1 for 11, James Allen. Well, they weren't kidding. Said that he was the secret weapon, and he bowled a very, very good spell. Probably the best of the bowlers. Sawyer, a close second for me, 2 for 19 off his 2 overs. Great. Yeah, so, and look, a bit of a mixture there. Riley probably wasn't the worst at the end as well, but sometimes the pace was kind of working against him. Some of these edges flying away.
We've seen that before, and especially with the Pirates.
Yeah,
pace has not been helpful.
Definitely, you're right about that. We'll take a break, Bernie. We'll be back in just a few minutes. It'll be 123 for Bavaria to get the win that'll send them into the finals, or can they at least grab a point out of the game? We'll find out very, very shortly. Keep the questions coming for Bernie. He's with me for one more innings. Of course, he's come all the way from the USA via the Netherlands. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Bernie Burchick. We'll see you very shortly for more ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back to The Rock. Great to have your company. Night 10 of 10 in the qualifying stage. It's the last chance for these teams to gather points before we make the cut tonight. When the clock strikes 12, we'll be down to 4, and those 4 teams will take part in finals tomorrow. Right now, you're watching Turek versus Bavaria. Bavaria have held Turek to 122 for 4 after 10 overs. Certainly not an insurmountable score, but Bavaria, they have had some problems with their batting. They'll hope that the top order can deliver. Now, 123 is for the win, but we know that Bavaria are only 1 point behind Rugby. So, yeah, so 122. Yeah, that's right. So 85 or less would be for Bavaria to end up with no points. So they need 86. If they can get 86 or more, then at least they take a point out of the game. But I think you've got to go out with a positive mindset, feel that you can get the tour ball required to challenge for the win, although they will have to play against some
lot of pressure.
Pretty tough bowlers. Yeah, Bernie is back with me. Bernie Burchick from Pirates, of course, originally from the USA, currently playing his club cricket in the Netherlands. And it's going to be Burns to get us going. Cracking shot first up. That's going to be 4.
Great way to start.
Yeah, Pyle, taking Lorne on. You can't let him dictate terms. Lorne, wow, I was hearing all kinds of stories about Lorne the other day. He was holed up in bed. I don't know if they called for the priest, but good to see he's back out there, and he doesn't have the greatest start, but still Burns. Very good leg spin bowler, very tough to play.
Yeah, he is. See what we got up now.
Pyle could definitely use a few runs. Boda, of course, he was in the action a couple of nights ago. Oh, this one's a bit shorter. Pyle probably feels like he misses out there. Thing with leg spinners, they, in particular a bowler like Burns, he gets a lot of overspin, so that ball can really jump. You can see that one jumped over the bat.
Especially on this pitch.
Pyle. Yeah.
It's a very interesting pitch, honestly, with all the water and moisture.
Bold, and Pyle doesn't want to take it on. Later in the innings, that's ball. Maybe you can try and drive it straight back down the ground in the air, but it is a risky shot. In Bavaria, we saw that when they've lost early wickets, sometimes it can completely fall apart. The other night, they were bowled out for a very low score. This is
just a single?
Just one, into the leg side. Yeah, but Bavaria, the other night, they had a bit of a shocker with the bat. They ended up getting bowled out for 43.
Oh, that was against the Pirates.
That was against you.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to do much fielding, did you? You're smart. You just had to do that. Well, they only had to field for 2 overs, I was going to say. They were pretty fresh. And then you had that golden ball, 62-62, after the power went out.
Yeah, that was a very interesting experience. The power gun.
Well, he's bowled him, and Boda's going to go for a golden duck. And Burns just spins a web here. Boda trying to work this to the leg side, but Lorne gets it spot on. Bavaria lose the first, 5 for 1.
It's not good for Bavaria. They just lost. They started off great.
Look at the drift, though. Can you see how, maybe we'll get that shot again in a minute, but you can actually see a little bit of curve left to right because, and that's why it misses the bat. So he's playing a certain line. That's why it goes to the right of the bat, and it might have just flicked the back leg on the way through. Yeah, it did. And Boda.
Burns has some skill, I'll tell you that.
Boda, he's probably, the last 2 balls he's faced in cricket, he'll want to just erase from the memory because, of course, he faced the golden ball the other night, could only get 1.7 runs, and now he's gone for a duck. So it is the first wicket to fall, 5 for 1. But, I suppose, didn't waste too many balls, only wasted the one there. And it means that Jamie Riley is going to come out, and he's tried opening the batting a couple of times, hasn't really worked for him. Let's see how he goes against Burns. This is going to be a good challenge. Riley's about your age. I think he's 17 now. And so Burns is going to have a look at the field. Left-hander, of course. Last ball of the first over. Riley hits and runs, and we'll get a single. We'll keep the strike end of the first over. And the score is 6 for 1. Speaking of golden balls, now that you reset the count to 0, but we are in double figures again after Cyprus today. 10 matches since the golden ball. I can pretty much tell you what those 10 matches were. It was the 4 in Cyprus the next day, the 2 here last night, and then the 4 in Cyprus today. 10 matches without a golden ball. Cyprus, they got super close today. Scores tied with a ball to go. You know what happened?
What?
Wide. Just like one of
Really?
the earlier matches here. Yeah, it was a wide, and it was the Calendars that went down.
Worst way to finish a match.
In eliminated 3. I shouldn't laugh, but yeah, Mark Orr actually come all the way from a 4th seed to make essentially the top 4 in the competition. So they're now basically playing like a 2 seed over there in Cyprus. But yeah, the old wide on the last ball, scores tied. Tough one. You never get it back. Here's Pye. First ball sneaks outside the off stump. Riley can't catch up with it.
Some great bowling we're seeing from Tarek.
Yeah, that's the thing. You look at their bowling. They've got Burns, Pye, Louis Bruce, Kabir Puri, and that's not even talking about options like Noel Garrett, who was really good the other night.
Oh, yes, he was a player of the match.
He was. And this is a nice shot by Riley, though. Riley fights back. And you can see there the target, 123 for the win, but even that 86, I mean, if you offered them the 86 right now, they'd probably take it. That was almost fieldable by the umpire, but did well to sidestep it.
It was good chance. Could have stopped it.
Dave,
The effort.
just remind us, we saw the Royal Derrick. A Royal Duck is if you get out first ball of the innings. We did have one maybe last night. Lee Rimmer, I think, was a Royal Duck. There was one in Cyprus today as well.
That's the worst of them all. That is the worst of them all.
Here's Pye. And hit so hard that Riley doesn't want to run. Probably smart. Good call. Good early call. Hey, Jeff Mobbs has a question asking how. He's saying, firstly, very interesting guest. You certainly are, Bernie. I know that you've got a few people watching as well. You might want to say hi to in a moment. I'll come out in a moment after we see a thick inside edge from Riley. But it's good running. Ooh. And he doesn't have pads on the back of his
Did
legs.
it hit the batsman?
Yeah, it hit him in a well-cushioned area, let's say, for most people. Jeff's asking, how am I going to get to Barcelona in time for Monday? With difficulty, but we will be able to do it. So let me tell you, there's I think 3 of our crew are doing Sunday night here and then Monday in Barcelona. And although I can't wait till the day that we can just teleport places, which is going to be great, but we'll finish tomorrow night probably 10:30 here after the final. As Pye comes in. Oh, this one threatens to do everything, does nothing, goes straight across the right hander, and Pye can't hit it. But we'll finish here 10:30. I'll go back, pack up my things. We will get in the car at 2 o'clock in the morning.
You're driving?
We'll at least get to Malaga Airport, which is where we're flying from. So that's about an hour and a half. We should get to the airport, let's say, between 3:30, 4 o'clock. This time, Pyle does cover the angle. Well, they almost run into each other here. And luckily, it wasn't fielded cleanly, so we didn't have a blooper. It's the end of the second over, 12 for 1. But yeah, here's the thing. You're used to running on that side of the pitch, but because the bowler's coming the other side, Pyle's got a bit of traffic coming his way in the form of Jamie Riley. 12 for 1 after 2. Yeah, so we'll get to Malaga Airport around about, I'd say about 4 o'clock. I think we fly like 5:30 or 6 o'clock, something like that. We'll get into Barcelona, probably get there around 7:30. We go straight to the ground. And the first ball is 10 o'clock on Monday morning.
Is that the baseball pitch?
It is, yeah, Montjuic Olympic ground. It was the Olympic baseball ground in 1992 for the Olympics, which was probably, now I'm saying it, a long time before you were born. What year were you born?
2007.
Unbelievable. He's born in 2007 and he's sitting here, fully grown sized. I still find that crazy.
I hope I still
had
grow
this
a
with
little
Louis
more.
the other day because, speaking of Louis, here he is.
There he is.
Louis only took up cricket 9 years ago, which I worked out was after I finished playing. So
he's on the national team, right?
Yeah, Louis a very good young player. He's really established himself in that national team. Yeah, so that's how I'm getting, not just me, but I think Tyrone, he'll certainly be in a good mood on day one.
It's better to take a plane than drive. Ooh.
Well, that's no ball, and it's going to disappear. Well, that'll help. Pyle, time to round the bases as he puts it over left field. Maximo! 7 up time and a free hit to come.
It's not looking good for Tarek right now.
Yeah, I mean, that one did seem high, didn't it? I know you can say he was out of his crease, but it was never really coming down. It wasn't really a slow ball or anything like that. So umpire makes the call. Not far away from a conversion as well. The rugby goals. Yeah, so who else? We got, I think Paolo's coming as well. in that one. So I don't want to be next to Tyrant on the plane. He does snore very loudly. Thick edge, flies away for 4. Well, that's the approach. I mean, Pyle probably feels like he's due a bit of luck. Maybe carried a few black cats through customs while walking under a ladder at the start of this series. Just can't take a trick. But that time the edge flies away for 4 more.
I think Bavaria might make the 86.
Oh, well, Bernie, you've made a classic blunder. You've called it. They're a long way off 86, and I'll remind you, they were bowled out for 43 the other night, so it's just a wicket or two.
But they didn't have such a good start.
Well, Pyle, well, suddenly he's turning it on. That's over extra cover. Maximo, 6-4-6. And Louis Bruce on his return to the middle. Probably wish he was back in the commentary box, but some really class strokes here from Pyle.
It's good cricket being played, except for the no ball.
True. But anyway, the good thing about cricket as a bowler is you can always come back. It's very hard to do that after, as a batter, of course. You have to wait for the next game. But Louis does have a very good slow ball. I feel like he'll go to it here because he's just been hit for 3 boundaries. There it is. Well, call me Nostradamus, but we'll have a look at this. He'll go for 4 anyway. Wow, they just kept on keeping on, didn't it? And Pyle just gets enough of it. Burns is a good fielder.
Attempt at fielding.
Yeah, it was a good attempt. It'll be another one. But have a look at the back of the hand here. You see, look at the variation.
Yeah,
see?
I see it.
And that's what slows it down. But Pyle, he picks it and he hits it. So this is
Bruce is facing some skill
let's not
competition.
forget, we're talking about get 2 points tonight. If they can win this game, that's it. They're in. Rugby CC will be sunk.
Wow.
Slow ball again, this time false shot, runs away again, long chase there.
Good
And
fielding.
successful chase, ultimately that's Niall Garrett, does well. And I had a few questions about Niall. Looks like he might have just winded himself there.
Is he okay?
Maybe the knee, or maybe just, he just seemed like
Pulling
a
a
bit of an awkward
hamstring.
fall. Looked like more like a banging into the ground injury. I think they just making sure that he's all right. Well, hopefully it's nothing too serious. I mean, he's a young man. Yeah, well, obviously his teammate there.
It's tough playing on AstroTurf.
Ashesh has obviously made the diagnosis. He's just pointing to the bench saying, yeah, get him off. Hopefully it's nothing too serious there. It's nice to see a couple of the opposition as well.
Camaraderie, yeah.
Jim and some other. I don't like to see that. I mean, I thought originally he might have just banged his knee into the ground. Let's have a look at it. Did he fall on the ball? Oh, you know what? It's a weird kind of split stop. I think he might have just hyperextended himself there, like the left groin.
Hopefully it's not too. That's pretty rough.
It's the kind of thing you'd see in the circus, to be honest. But, well,
You hate to see
there's
it.
his dad, Mark. Well, he's having a little grin. He's probably just telling him to toughen up. But, yeah, Garrett, I had him as the 5th bowler here, so let's just hope it's not too serious. Meanwhile, Bruce has gone for 23 in this over. Another slow ball. I kind of like that he stuck to the slow ball because it seemed to be be a more effective strategy. And it'll be a dot to finish. 23 come off the over, though. 35 for 1 after 3. It's a good start for Bavaria, but it's just a start. That's the end of the power play.
Will we see Bruce again bowling?
Well, I think we will. I think probably would anyway, even with that magical over. You've got to back a guy that's one of your better bowlers.
Oh, yeah.
Also, you'd hate for that to be...
No, it looks like he's starting to get into his form.
Yeah, look, the other thing is with Garrett off the field, there's every chance that he might not be available to bowl, in which case you need to find some more overs. Just looking up and down the scorecard, I'd be curious to see who they might go to. I've got 4 bowlers that are pretty clear in Mirpuri, who's coming in now. You've already seen Louis Bruce, and you've already seen Avinash Pai as well. And Lorne Burns, of course. So there's your 4 bowlers, but with Garrett off the field.
I was very excited to see him
go
bowl
to.
tonight.
Yeah, maybe Jani. Anyway, Mirpuri with some off spin.
Good shot.
A really good shot from Riley. And, well, Bruce, he becomes the next man to throw himself at the turf. And that's great stuff from the youngster because, look, I know he's had an over that didn't really go his way, but he's quick to make up for it and he saves a couple of runs here.
Excellent fielding.
Jeff has another travel-related question. he's quite interested in the logistics. A lot of people are, because it is. I mean, we used to have off days, in which case I could have probably walked to Barcelona. But yeah, these days, not so much. But I'll come back to that in a second. Mipuri, the left-handed Riley. Ooh. Push and run. Now, Jamie's looking good when he keeps his form.
He's keeping the runs coming, which is all that matters.
That's intelligent. And Pyle's been batting so well. He's happy with just one here, Jamie Riley. He's asking about my passport with all the travel I'm doing. I think I've been on like 175 flights in the last 3 years, something like that.
Wow.
It's quite a lot. He's asked about passport stamps. Most of the time in Europe, you don't need a stamp. So he's wondering how long before I'm full. Well, I actually had a look the other day. I've got quite a few pages. But one thing about Gibraltar is, you
just rack up the stamps.
It's not in the EU. So most of the time you do need a stamp going in and out. Having said that, I do have European residency. So now I feel I've made it now, because every day we go back to our hotel, which is just across the border, people that come in all the time, they start to recognise it. You just kind of flash the passport, give them a wink, and that's enough.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that too.
Yeah.
I'm crossing. Ooh.
All right, here comes Pyle. He goes to the skies, and he's going to be gone. Louis Bruce.
Excellent from Bruce.
Well, he gets his man in the end, Louis Bruce, not with the ball, but he does it in the field.
Proper fielding.
Puri, he's such a good bowler. Has a nice bit of shape on that off spinner. Pyle takes it on, but comes up just short. I mean, Bernie had already given Bavaria the point, but I think they're going to have to fight for it. And, of course, the win as Pyle goes for a nice-looking 28.
Proper fielding from Bruce.
Yeah, 38 for 2 now in the 4th over.
I think that's something Bavaria needed.
Yeah, so this will bring Paddy Hatchman now. If ever they needed a captain's knock from Paddy Hatchman, it's now. I don't actually want to look at Paddy's stats for the series, but I will. But yeah, it's not pretty reading. I'll bring him up in a second.
Now, do you use do you have an EU passport?
I do. Not a passport. I do have residency. Now that I've been here for a while. But if you have the residency card, and I've got a British passport, so they won't actually need to stamp it. Otherwise, if I didn't have my residency card, so I didn't know this. I used to just give my passport and stamp it every day. Now I have to stamp it back out. But now I'm a flasher.
Yeah, I get flagged at the Dutch border whenever I come down here. They get really they're really upset that I don't have my residence permit yet, because I've only been in the Netherlands for
Hatchman will be thrilled to get off the mark, because he hasn't always done that in this series. Going to bring up his stats, which will just say that he's due, because he's actually a pretty good batter. I've seen him before, and the Hatchman family are a talented bunch. But Hatchman has scored 5 runs in 5 matches, with a top score of 4, including a 4.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's not great.
Good fielding. Now, where's Hatchman from?
He's right here in Gibraltar.
It's
And Rick
amazing.
Hatchman is his brother. Rick not in the lineup tonight. Well, good to see that Niall's walking, but
What happened to him?
yeah, well, like Johnny Bairstow, he's a little ginger, isn't he? And so it looks like he's going up the race. He looks a bit frustrated. That is the end of the over as well. 40 for 2 after 4. So they're on 10 and over pace at the moment. Coming up on Monday, speaking of Barcelona, we'll start with a pretty interesting clash between Barcelona International and Pack Care. Pack Care, former European champions. They won the European Championship in 22. And then Magic are back, taking on Catalunya Red. So 2 teams we saw for the first time in November. Of course, we were just there November, December. And that is the first day of a 4-week series in Barcelona. Join me, Vinny Sandhu, and Georgie Parker.
4-week series.
And
wow.
a few people going, who's Georgie Parker? I got to admit, the first time I heard Georgie Parker, there was an actress in Australia who was on a few soap operas and dramas. Georgie Parker, a bit of a TV personality. And I thought, she does cricket. But this is another Georgie Parker who, she's got a super interesting background. You can look her up. She played field hockey for Australia in the Olympics. So she's an Olympian. She's also played Australian football in the AFLW at a high level. And she's just come from doing the Australian Open tennis.
You know, we have footy in Australian football in the Netherlands.
You told me that, actually.
Yeah.
All right, so Delgado, he's going to be the 5th bowler, I guess. And the first one is a half track, and Riley smashes a good shot. And not the greatest start for Delgado. Again, over the wrist, but Jamie absolutely pounds that one out of the ground. So Maximo time for Jamie Riley. Yeah. So, yeah, no, Georgie will be a great addition to the commentary team. But like most people that come and do ECN for the first time, she probably doesn't know what she's in for. As Riley just mishits this, but he mishits it well enough that Bruce can't get it. Yeah, that's one thing that people don't realise. Of course, this night series, I feel like it's a bit of a working holiday, to be honest. I've been doing a few things during the day, lurking, watching Cyprus, watching Rico and Charlie, but normally we're doing 4 or 5 matches a day. At this time of the year, most of Europe with the sunlight, we can only manage 4. But when the days get a bit longer, we'll be back to 5 a day. And
Will there be more night series?
hopefully. They kind of pop up from time to time, sometimes in Portugal, maybe a couple of other locations as well this year.
Good shot.
Hatchman hits, runs, would have been gone, I think. Now, well, Hatchman, probably a bit like Chris Pyle earlier, getting some of the luck back.
Proper fielding, though.
Really good fielding. Made something out of nothing. He takes the most direct route, and he's worried. I can see why he was worried, because if that hits, it's curtains for Hatchman, but he survives.
And Bruce is right there to make sure it doesn't go out.
Yeah, good backing up by Louis Bruce.
Excellent.
Good observation. This could be Mapuri. Bavaria, 48 for 2, kind of on track for at least a
They're
point.
doing well. They're coming along.
I mean, to stay on track for the game, they'd want to be around about low 60s at the end of this over, but see how it goes. Delgado is probably a bowler they can target, I think, because he's been thrown in the deep end a little bit.
How old's Delgado?
Yeah, he's only a young guy. This one's a bit short as well. Riley goes offside, pumps it, hits the gap, and that's going to be 4. So once again, Delgado just struggling with his length here. And it's a good decision from Riley to go that way. Yeah, Delgado, he is about to have a birthday, actually. He'll be turning 16
He's younger
next
than me.
week. Yeah, so he's born in 2008. So currently he's 15 years of age. So it's a great experience for him. But like I said, thrown in the deep end, especially bowling over the wrist spin, it's one of the more difficult things to do on a cricket field. Just needs to pitch it up a bit.
Especially a pitch like this. It's not
2
forgiving the
teenagers
bowlers.
going head-to-head here. Now Riley goes straight, and he goes very, very well.
Excellent
Maximo. Again, good choices there. It's, subconsciously, Riley knows where the outfielders are, and he knows there's no one dead straight. So that's exactly where he aims this. And he gets the journey, 6 runs.
And Riley's also from Gibraltar.
Well, something's happened in the chat. I wouldn't mind seeing this. But your mum has been timed out in the chat. Well, scandal. Well, that's another one. That's a dinger from Riley. He goes leg side. Maximo back to bat. And Delgado goes magical now. Bavaria, they are on track for the win at this stage. 64 for 2. All right, well, Bernie, let's have a look. She's been timed out from the chat, listening from the Netherlands. Hi, Chris, Dave, and Christopher. Good to see you all. I mean, they don't sound like comments that would warrant a ban. But, well, there you go. I'm sure that she'll be back in 600 seconds. Not even 300 seconds, which is the normal timeout. I think someone might have hit the wrong button. And that someone might have been Jeffrey Mobbs. Jeffrey, time yourself out. 600. Oh. Anyway. At least the good thing is, Mrs. Birchick, you can still listen while Bernie's on commentary for another few overs. We only got Bernie here for another 5 overs, so keep the questions coming. Burns comes back, probably feels like I need to wrest the momentum back. I suppose now for Burns, if you can kind of get 8 or 9 out of his over, you're probably happy with that, because you got to realise maybe Delgado's going to get a second over. Louis Bruce got smashed around a bit. Hatchman gets this off middle stump and we'll get a single. Yeah, so that's their issue with Niall Garrett off the field, just finding where that extra over is going to come from. So, okay, after this there are 4 overs. You'll get 1 from Pai, 1 from Boost, 1 from Mirapuri, but then there's a bit of a question mark about who'll get the other one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who
Jeff's
they choose.
apologised for timing out your mum. Mistake. So sorry. That's okay, Jeff. I'm just having a bit of fun. I think she'll enjoy listening
I
for
think
a
she's
little
very
while
proud
anyway.
of me. I'm very grateful
don't
that she
really
let
know
me
how to-
miss school for this.
We don't know how to untime out anyone. I know there's a few people watching. Anyone you want to say hello to while you're on the microphone?
I don't know exactly who's watching. I mean, I know my mom's there, and I do. I think Tim DeLead's watching, and if he is,
Tim.
amazing coach.
Tim is a wonderful guy. I always like seeing him. He normally manages the Netherlands 11 at the ECC.
Really?
The King of Voorburg, as they call him. That makes Baz the Prince of Voorburg. Apparently Baz, during the week, got an award for ICC Associate Player of the Year.
Yes, second Dutch player to do
Baz
so.
has played in the European Cricket Series, played for VCC.
Yeah,
couple years ago.
and he was just in the T10 in the UAE.
Yeah, as well as the World Cup. Anyway, wow, that's a great effort.
What
Fantastic. It's going to be 6, but I love the work from Gonzalez. I'm pretty sure he took off from outside the field, but I like what he's thinking here. But how about this? Riley takes on Burns, and Riley gets him. And I think that Gonzalez might have busted his coccyx on the way down. Look that up. It's a real thing. Let's have a look. Couldn't see really where he took off from, but I find it hard to believe it was
It's
inside.
crazy
Oh,
fielding
that's-
under those lights.
That's some serious impact there. This one slides across Riley. So now, I mean, getting that 6 is huge. Because like I said, you'd probably settle for something like 9 off Burns. That's the quicker one. Just sneaks inside. Riley probably could have had a crack at that one, but decided not to. 1 for 15 for Burns in this one. And at the end of 6 overs, it's 73 for 2. And Burns in that over went for 9. 3 singles and a 6. Let me look at the scorecard. Now, it's going to be pretty interesting because 86 is that magic number. They need 13 off 4 overs.
They're pretty close.
You called it early. I wasn't game to call it that early, but yeah.
No, what kind of pitch do you prefer? Do you like AstroTurf, natural grass?
At least I prefer. Well, it depends what the game is. I think for European cricket in our format, the only way to do it is synthetic pitch because we're playing all day, every day. The pitch wouldn't survive if it was natural grass pitch. Mirpuri takes this one a little bit short.
Fair point.
Paddy Hatchman's doing a pretty good job at the moment. Just at least getting to the other end, letting Riley do his thing. Yeah, so originally we played the first ECL on turf, but it was only a 3-day tournament. And we even changed pitches after 2 days. So it took me a little bit of time to get used to the fact that we're playing kind of professionally broadcast cricket on artificial turf. But
Is that a first?
now, oh yeah, well, I mean, it's probably been done before, but never this quantity, you know. Mipuri round the wicket to Riley. They want to see the back of Riley soon, and they won't just yet. The youngster whacks this away, and it's just too powerful. But Delgado down there, that's going to be 4. So Riley to 44 on the cusp of his second half century of this series.
Beautiful.
So, yeah, I played, apart from some kind of club junior games, I played all my cricket on turf from, say, 13. And in Western Australia. This time he walks at it, Riley, but just drops on him a bit. He'll just get a single. So when you say what do I prefer, I suppose the terrible answer is it depends. Because one thing I like is the pitch isn't a factor. Like it's not going to change here from one innings to the next. And I think in these games that's quite important.
Yeah, for T10 with all the rapid amount of matches.
But I also love, Test cricket, how the pitch is such a factor, how it will deteriorate and it will change in character over a certain amount of days. That's beautiful. But I think for limited overs cricket here, it's no different to like a tennis court, right? You see a tennis, you don't go,
Do you play tennis?
A little bit. Not that good. Not as good as my boss, Roger Finer, who plays at the same club as Roger Federer. Anyway, this will just be a single for Riley. But yeah, I think now I've come around. And one thing I also like is that artificial turfs, I always thought they were all the same. They're not. That's what I've learnt from going around Europe and seeing different pitches have different characteristics. Like here, Louis Bruce was telling us there's limestone under this. That's why there's there's kind of holes in some regions in the stone. And so you get a little bit of variable bounce. And it's not just like a concrete, completely flat. Yeah. Mipuri. He gets a false shot out of Hatchman here, hangs in the air and drops. Ooh. well, that one really should have been taken. It's Tom Betts, and he's the 12th fielder on the ground because, of course, we saw Garrett go off.
Any update on him?
Well, the update is he's not there. We saw him go up the race, didn't we? Bedson probably wishes he was in the race himself at the moment. That'll be the end of 7 overs. 82 for 2 after 7. Coming up next, Bavaria versus Turek. I mean, if Bavaria can win this game, then this essentially won't matter too much as far as who makes the finals, who doesn't. But I can tell you, once again, Bavaria, they've won the toss, elected to bowl. It's worked out okay for them so far. And Rick Hatchman is back for Bavaria. That's the thing that sticks out for me there. I'm going to say James Allen was pretty impressive in his first hit out as well for the series. Turek, though, I think they might kind of mix up their openers a bit because I'm seeing them. They've got 4 openers there. All those top 4 could open, so I think they might just mix it up a little bit. Anyway, 3 overs to go. That was...
Bruce is back.
That was 9 off that one from Mirapura. Yeah, Bruce is back. And this one bites in a little bit. Hatchman gets 1. Yeah, so now they're just 3 runs away from tying Rugby CC. And that would mean if they were to have 0... We'll have to do some calculations because if they don't get any points out of the last game, it'll go down to net run rate. So we'll see if there's a way they can get no points but still have a better net run rate than the team above them, Rugby CC. But right now, with Riley there on 46, going at better than 2 a ball.
About to hit 50.
He wants to win the game. Wow, Louis digs it in, he gets hooked, and he gets hooked into the fence. What a shot from Riley, who brings up his second half century of his ECN career and does it in style. Takes this one right off his noggin and puts it halfway up the fence. Maximo! 52 now to Jamie Riley.
Excellent work from Riley, I'll tell you that.
It's a genuine hook shot as well. That was to be the one bouncer for the over. It's head high.
You don't see this often.
Yeah, I just think this pitch, it doesn't really offer too much to the fast bowlers if they bang it in short. There's just not that pace in it. Slower ball. Again, checks his shot. He's made good decisions in this innings, Riley. I think a couple of times in the series, he's made some less than ideal decisions. You see Bruce, he was actually showing us what he had for dinner last night. Looked good, but maybe it's not quite sitting right at the moment because he's had a tough return to the bowling crease. In the dirty 30s at the moment, Hatchman faces up. And he gets the slower ball and he hits it straight down the throat of Avinash Pai. So that could be an important one as well. Hatchman kind of played second fiddle to Riley. He does get 1 to hit, but he doesn't get enough to get it over the Turek skipper. So Hatchman doesn't really tell the whole story on paper. He makes 8 off 10, but what he does do, he's in a partnership with Jamie Riley that does get Bavaria to the point. They have
exactly
passed
sets them up for success.
Past the 86 in this over, so we know they will take a point out of this, but they would love to get to 123. If they could do that, that means they have made the 4. But as Hatchman departs, it's 90 for 3.
I really enjoyed these unique pitches, though, with Gibraltar, the lighthouse, and the scenery. I think that's a huge thing when you're playing cricket.
It's about scenery. I know. I've played under lights at the Wacker a couple of times, and that, especially when you get the stadium going all round, it's like a cauldron. It's quite amazing. So under lights as well. No matter what lights you're playing under, if they're high, if they're low, it's different. You know, it takes a bit of getting used to. So yeah, what's it been like for you playing under lights so far? Is it what you expected?
Very easy transition, honestly.
Yeah?
I had a much harder transition going from pink ball to white ball. Than
a little bit of a thumb on this one. Chawla gets off the mark. Chawla didn't have the greatest time with the ball earlier. But yeah, I think it makes sense at the moment. Jamie Riley, he's a guy, especially with 1 over that we don't know who's going to bowl. The 10th over, I think that'll probably be, because you've got Bruce to bowl this one. You've probably got Avinash Pai to bowl the 9th. Then, I don't know if they'll go back to Delgado, who went for 24, or whether they'll go to someone else. But just got to stay in touch here. Last ball for Louis Bruce to Riley. Oh, what a shot by Riley. But has he got enough? He hasn't. Oh, he has dropped this one. Well, you wouldn't believe it, Mirapuri. I mean, it was pretty bold by Riley. It was a classic cat and mouse, because he made an early charge. Bruce saw him, dug it in, said, right, well then pull me. Riley did and seemed to hit it pretty well, but not quite well enough. And Mirapuri, he drops a goober. Maybe lost that one in the lights. I'm not sure, but that's a big moment because Riley, he's going to retain the strike.
Bruce had a trap there.
In fact, they did run a single. So that'll be the end of the over. 92 for 3. They need 15 and over. But, like I said, I would be amazed if it wasn't Avinash Pai here. Let's have a look. Because, like I said, if you get 10 off Pai, you need 20 off the other bowler. But it'll be a bowler that you probably feel you can get after. And who knows, maybe you don't have to settle for 10. It is Avinash Pai to bowl the ninth. And we have a bit of an expression here on ECN. It all happens in the ninth. That's what Rico likes to say. We all say it, actually. Hey, but in Rugby CC, they'll be twisting and turning in their armchairs tonight. Having said that, if Bavaria don't get in here, then the net run rate starts to become important. So maybe every single run's important at the moment. Here's Pai to Riley. That's a cracking shot. And it's 4 runs. Well, what a shot by the youngster. But the thing with Avinash Pai, he's awkward and he puts the ball in awkward spots. But he doesn't really turn the ball sideways a lot. So if you know that, you can pretty much play down the line of the ball. And this is a cracking cover drive from young Jamie Riley.
Excellent form from Riley, really.
Yeah.
He seems to be unstoppable right now.
I mentioned earlier in the tournament, there are a couple of times he charged but then kind of lose his form. Avinash Pai is super experienced though. He's going to go over the wicket, change the angle to Riley, who's on 58. And this time he charges again. It gets through Bruce for 4. Well, suddenly this game is taking on another turn. Don't forget the last time Bavaria were on the field, it was a golden ball against the Pirates. That brings up the 100 back-to-back boundaries and a very rare misfield from Louis Bruce at long off results in 4.
That's a tough one.
Oh, my word. Louis puts the hand up. Avi with the comeback ball. All right, Sky. Now I feel like this is catchable. It's going to be a steepler. Just gets over him. That's Goulding there. And they're going to get back for 2. So Goulding just didn't read it. This game's a 50-50 at the moment on the win predictor. Riley, false shot. I mean, I'm a bit surprised he's charged 3 balls in a row. I would have thought maybe he'd kind of shape the charge, go back, might get a short one from Avi. But anyway, Riley on 64, not ready.
Ready.
Oh, well, crowd here getting fired up. Why not? Riley. Before this series, his highest score on the network was 6. He scored 67 not out against Rugby CC earlier in the tournament. So he's got that in his sights as well. Here's Pai.
How old is he again?
Oh, edged and dropped. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Well, there's a couple of things here. Oh, well, Riley must have assumed that he got caught behind, but the ball was never caught. And then he just goes walking, thinking he's probably out. This is, very, very interesting. Let's have a look on the replays. A little edge, and just pops in and out. And look, yeah, he's going to be gone. That might even be stumped, because I don't think he's attempting a run. So
I think it is stumped.
Yeah. In my mind, he's stumped. Let's have a look one more time. Big edge. He thinks he's gone. And he's like, unbelievable. But, just a little bit of inexperience there. And look at Hillman. Like all his Christmases have come at once. He dropped it right next to the stumps. Umpire's going to come and say, well, hold on, where are you going? You got to feel for Jamie Riley. He's put his team in a really good position. But you can't spell Bavaria without heartbreak. Remember the other night, they were about 2 meters from an extra 2 points, which would have put them ahead of Rugby CC already. As it is, I think it is. He is stumped. So Avinash Pai does get the wicket in the end. Stumped by Hillman for 64. A
Rough way to get out.
Pretty rare one. 102 for 4 now. There's 8 balls to come. Don't forget, we've got no idea who's going to bowl the last over because Niall Garrett's off the field. We saw Delgado bowl 1 over as the 5th bowl. He went for 24. You got Crichton coming out now. And, yeah, so what is it now? It's 21 off 8 required. Crichton, another left-hander, replacing a left-hander. Yeah, Pai goes pace on and he sends Pyle back. Sends Hillman back, I should say. As we get to the end of the over. Oh, maybe not yet, pardon me. Still 1 ball to go. No, was that the end of the over? I think there still is 1 to come. Wait for it. Oh, I've got 4-4-2 wicket leg by, so I think it'll be more Pai to come. So it makes it 20 off 7. Oh, poor Jamie Riley. But I mean, it's a basic really. It wasn't a
excellent innings though.
No, it was a great innings,
It really
but it's
was.
hard to get over. I'm not quite over the way he got out, if I'm honest.
And I would love to give a mention. Before I came to come play on the European Cricket Network, I did a 3-day training course in Wales
Okay.
with Alistair Waldron and Rhys Newman, and it really helped me prepare for this. I faced some hardcore sidearm and bowling from them. They gave me some solid coaching. So I think they're watching it now.
Fantastic.
But, amazing.
What's out? He's hit him on the back pad, and Chawla, well, he won't survive to the last over. Pai, suddenly running in like Javagal Srinath, hits him on the back pad, and it's all over Red Rover. Look at this, plays all around it. That's one of the easier decisions that you'll have to make as an umpire. So the extra ball brings a wicket, and Chawla has had a bit of a game to forget here in match 19. 103 for 5 means they'll need a magical finish. But magic happens here. Bavaria almost did something similar the other night.
Almost.
Yeah, and so 103 for 5. Crichton will be facing up, though. All right. So, yeah. And the other thing is, we haven't really mentioned this, but the ECN crew, because it's a night series, we've been doing a few training sessions, and you've joined us a couple of times in the indoor nets. So did you enjoy that?
Not only did I enjoy it, I really loved it. It was very exciting facing guys like you. It's because in the Netherlands, you know, you face a high amount of skill, like very, very good players, but to face guys like you, it's a whole nother level, and I really enjoy it. So it's really fun.
It's funny, the last time I actually bowled in a match, seriously, was probably when I was about your age. So
Really?
Yeah, I'm a wicket keeper by trade, but I can still, if I need to. I'll try and get
You were
a few
with
down.
Hornchurch Cricket Club.
Hornchurch invited me for their charity weekend and to raise a bit of money last year. So I think I bowled one over there. I think there was a limit on your run up, could only be 6 steps, which suited me just fine. It was very quick. They were very quick games. I said that's plenty. I did play indoor cricket for Australia where everyone has to bowl. So yeah, in that form of the game, everyone has to bowl 2 overs. Right. All right. Gonzalez, lucky number 9. He's the man that gets the 10th over. All right. 20 to win off 6, and it starts with a wide, and this is why you got Gonzalez
Not a
coming
good
in.
start.
And yeah, I suppose anything's possible here.
What's the stats?
Where they say all 3 results are possible. Never taken a wicket on ECN, and
another wide.
It's the first time he's bowled on the network. We have seen him with the bat. He's played 13 matches, but well, 18 off 6 make that. All right, good luck, Stephen. Oh, full toss, asking for trouble. Crichton's got to leg it out here. Slight fumble, micro fumble, should be out. Well, he's just out. But I mean, the main thing is there that Crichton gets the strike back. So I think this is smart because you really think Crichton's the man. He's batting several, well, at least 1 spot higher than Atwood. But yeah, I think you got to get the same guy back on strike. Too many fumbles to count, but Gonzalez in the end does get it onto the stump. Oh. And well,
he needed a slide there, clearly.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he does slide, I think we might have to change the pitch. That's the end of Jim. Doesn't face the ball. He's got a diamond Derek. But, I mean, it's unselfish stuff, at least. It's collateral damage. They shouldn't run out of wickets here. And with 5 balls remaining, it's 106 for 6. This is pretty exciting.
This is. I mean,
but it reminds me of, you know, just being poor Gonzalez. This is the first over he's ever bowled on ECN. And
that's got to be tough for him.
It's a crucial over. That's not a bad ball, though. And again, Crichton, he probably wants this as well.
Excellent
Pai will
fielding.
probably go, well, it'll be another run out. It is.
Wow.
And so Sawyer, you know, he's going to be going the same way. Not often you see back-to-back diamond ducks. And poor Crichton.
Is that a first?
Yeah, I think it might be the first time we've had back-to-back diamonds. And Crichton, he's had more partners than the quarterback at the box social here, hasn't he? He just keeps running through them. But he is back on strike. There's another one to the total. And after 2 wides, we've had 2 singles and run-outs. With 4 balls remaining, the score is 106 for 7. And I tell you what, diamonds are forever. And Sawyer, you know, you've got to give him credit as well. You've got to be unselfish, not worry about your stats or anything like that. I mean, you really just try to do the best
They
thing
need
for
to
his
slide.
team.
The only thing is he doesn't have an undergarment on, and sliding on that without any, that does hurt.
Yeah, this is interesting. So we got a weird kind of fake hat trick in play, potentially. Crichton blood on his hands, really. He's cost 2 wickets, but he has got 2 runs in the last 2 balls. I don't think anyone's queuing up to bat next. Well, James Allen has come out. He better get his running shoes on. 16 to win. And, we could have the same again here.
Go for 2.
Are they going to go? Oh, just not going to take on Avi this time. Probably lucky they didn't. All right, well, this guy, I've really enjoyed his entry into the series. James Allen bowled really well. They said, look, James here, he's our secret weapon. Let's see if he can pull out 1 or 2 big hits in the last 3 balls.
Gotta find out.
Hit 15 here, a 14 for a golden ball, a 6-4-4. We've never seen a team get back-to-back golden balls. Although sometimes we've seen teams getting 2 golden balls in the one series. Ooh. All right.
All right, let's see what Allen has for us.
Here we go. Please put this on the roof. Gonzalez.
Oh.
That doesn't help. In fact, that pretty much ices it as long as Gonzalez can keep it straight here. But one thing that is important is the margin of victory, because let's say it's a 4-0 in the next game to Tariq, then it'll be net run rate that'll decide who makes it. Right, Allen sneaks across a bit.
See what Allen has.
Well, that's wide. Okay. Well, 1 more wide and back-to-back 6s to tie. So this is where you'd love a sneaky minimo, maybe a 5 wides. But Chris Pyle, intelligently, he's back and he's not going to let anything get past him within reason. All right, 14 for 2. Just got to keep it legal. Allen moonwalks outside the off stump. That'll be a dot. So that should do it. Yeah, interesting. So Rugby CC, they live to fight another day. They're sitting on the couch at home. Probably sucking in a couple of Powerades. But anyway, last ball coming out. Gonzalez, credit to him, started with a couple of wides, but he's been brilliant. Hasn't been hit for a boundary. Oh, and that was dropped, but it won't really matter. And it'll be all over. 122 to 109 in the end. 13 runs between these 2 teams. Bavaria, though, they do pick up a crucial point in this one. Puts them level with Rugby CC on points, but it's Tariq that get the win. They'll take 3 points away from that game. It means that they are nipping at the heels of Sloggers for top spot. But Bernie, I just want to say thank you. We've still got the highlights to come, but thanks so much for being my guest in the commentary box.
Thank you for inviting me.
Did you enjoy it?
I really did. Honestly, I would love to do it again sometime. And to all my family and friends watching, thank you all. And especially to my parents, because they made this all possible by supporting my dream.
That's really lovely to hear. And I'd love to have you in the box, but you have a long career ahead of you. So
I do. And I missed 2 weeks of school.
Don't sell out too early. Yeah, you got some stories for show and tell when you go back to school. Anyway, here we go. And looking at the start, and Pyle, he came good, but unfortunately, Boda, he got castled by Burns off the very first ball that he faced. But got to say, that brought Riley out. He cracked another half century. He almost ran into his partner there, but Pyle and Riley, the main instigators, at least they made sure that Bavaria got that point out of the game. But the way things were looking, they were actually challenging to chase down the 1-2-3.
Yeah, for a moment, it really did look like that.
That was Garrett who went down, fell awkwardly, making a boundary stop. Well, it was the best of times. It was the blurst of times for Bruce, who took a couple of good catches, but also jumped over a couple Sydney Harbour Bridge style, and he also got pounded with the ball. But good players come back, and I expect him to do that in the second game tonight. And then Delgado had to have an over because there was no Garrett. He was off the field. This was a great effort. And Gonzalez, he probably saw the Tweety Birds when he got up after that effort. But, yeah, I love the work of Riley. He gets better every time I see him. He's got a bit more power now. Bedson, I probably thought he could have a quiet one as a sub-fielder. He found himself on the end of that. Couldn't hold on. That was a great shot. Maybe the shot of the innings there. Genuine hook shot from Jamie Riley. That was a nice catch from Avi down the ground. But it's a bit like we saw earlier from Bavaria in an earlier game when they got past the point target. Suddenly they had a free shot of the match and they almost got there.
They definitely made it seem possible. Though I'm very happy I assumed correctly that they made the 86.
That's the one that Riley, sliding doors. If he doesn't go walkabout there, then maybe he could be the guy to come up with a couple of 6s.
The ECN Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, well, maybe. Don't really know what to say about that. Just lack of awareness. And then it was a 5-ball over. When they went and bowled the 6-ball, it was out. And then suddenly it was time to throw everyone on the barbecue. Everyone had to go. We had back-to-back Diamond Ducks. Sawyer, he did his best, but Gonzalez, you might as well call him the finisher. He was able to finish 2 run-outs there. Then he finished the game. Great stuff by Gonzalez. Doesn't get hit to the boundary. Keeps the ball in the ballpark for the whole over. And Tariq hold on. And he gets a nice reception from his teammates, but it does set up a very interesting finish to this group stage with Bavaria requiring 1 point. I'm going to do some sums in the break as well because the next game coming up in 15 minutes time, it might be possible for them to be able to not take a point but still get through on net run rate. I'll have those answers soon. 64 from Riley, another 60 for him before he kind of wandered out of his crease thinking he was caught behind. Hillman completed the stumping. 28 for Pyle, looked good while he was there. Probably went a bit too soon. No one else able to crack double figures though. Hatchman was an ally for a while for Jamie Riley. Pretty good with the extras. You look at that, only 5 extras in total, and that can make a difference. Decent bowling effort. Again, they got their 4 key bowlers there. They had to make up the 5th bowler. Delgado kind of went the journey. Gonzalez did a job in the last over. 2 wickets to Pye, and then 1 apiece for Burns, Bruce, and Mirapuri. Once again, Bernie, I want to give you a high five and say big thanks for being my guest in the commentary box. I wish you all the best for finals day tomorrow. Are you confident?
I'm very confident. Strong team. I believe in us.
That's what I like to see. And look, you have hit your first 4 on the network. I think tomorrow maybe is the day you hit your first Maximo. So be selective, but if it's there, go for it.
That's the goal.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, Bernie is going to step out. Might have Joey Marples in for the next game. For now, we'll take a quick break. There's 10 minutes until the next game. I'm loving this. Dave B saying, Bernie, sorry for your mum. And I think they're talking about timing her out. Not a comment I thought I'd see in the comment section, but anyway, it's okay. Hopefully everyone enjoyed Bernie being in the box, including Mr. and Mrs. Birchick. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, back soon from the Rock because match 20 is key. It'll decide who stays and who goes on final Sunday. We'll see you shortly for more ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, welcome back. We are at the Rock, time for the second leg of the doubleheader between Bavaria and Tarek in this ECSN Gibraltar. Pretty exciting match as well, because we will get to find out exactly who will sew up fourth spot. Bavaria have just snuck ahead after that last result where they took a point out of match 19. So going into match 20, these two teams doing battle. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier when Tyrone Peters had the two captains.
Bavaria to call.
Heads.
Oh, watch out. It's a beauty. It's a head.
We'll have a bowl.
Well, Tyrone nutmegging Paddy Hatchman, which isn't something you see very often. It's coin tossing of the highest order, and Hatchman wins it, elects to bowl again. Why not? I mean, they gave it a real shake in the first game between these two teams. And Tarek, though, we know they have a pretty powerful batting lineup, and they are searching for the win that would take them to the top of the table at the end of the group stages, a bit like they did in 2022, although the last 2 years the top team has not won the final. Both those teams captained by Avinash Pai. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and joining me another guest commentator, though he's a bit more than a guest. We've got Joey Marples. Of course, Joey, you did the T20 here last year with Charlie. Look at these two teams. Who are you watching out for?
I'm looking for, from Bavaria standpoint, we're seeing Richard Hatchman come back into the team. Big hitter. Has got going the other night a little bit, but he could be really dangerous with the bat when he gets going. He's also really good with the ball. Jimmy Allen here, bowling for Bavaria. First time we've really seen him in this tournament.
I've loved him.
Really impressed with his bowling in the first game, but I've known him for a while because I used to work with him. He is a very, very canny cricketer. Used to play at quite a high standard back in the UK.
They said that he was their secret weapon, and I kind of agree so far. And well, there he is. There's Jim, and he certainly brings a bit of X factor to this lineup. He'll be hoping this isn't his only night in a Bavarian shirt. Now, I promised everyone I'd do a few sums, and I have in the break, so we'll see the table in a few minutes. It's just still being confirmed. But for me, Bavaria are on 8 points. So are Rugby CC. Interestingly, Bavaria have won one less game, but they've had a few more games where they've taken points out of it. So, of course, you play for Rugby CC, so you have a vested interest in this. Come back to that in a second. Here's Allen to get us going. First ball, push and run, and gets us underway. So, yeah, we know that Bavaria's net run rate is around about 0.84 above Rugby CC. So it means it would have to be a pretty heavy loss. There is a way they could still lose 4-0 in this, but still qualify. But anyway, Joey, I know you're trying to be neutral, but I know you'd probably prefer a bit of a mauling here from the Tarek batting unit.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, from a rugby standpoint, if we don't get to finals night, we can't really put any blame on anyone else than ourselves. We haven't really performed in this tournament. We know that.
There's Allen again. It's a bit uppish from Bruce, but good fielding by Hatchman down there. Not the only Hatchman in the side. Great minds think alike. I also picked out Rick Hatchman when I saw the lineups. Maybe just some work issues for Rick, keeping him out of the side in the first game, but he's back and got them pretty close the other night. Yeah, well bowled. He's wily, isn't he, Allen? And that one will just be worked for a single. Did you see the golden ball the other night?
I did see the golden ball the other night. I mean, pretty impressive stuff. Pirates, again, will be very happy with that. I think Bavaria went away feeling very disappointed that they didn't get anything.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Fine margins. Once again, right on the money, Allen. Bruce just pushes. They've gone for Bruce and Hillman. Kind of said they got 4 potential openers in their lineup normally, Tarek. And it's pretty quiet over so far. Garrett is listed in the side here. Niall Garrett, it looks like he fell awkwardly, but he's retained his spot. This is hit straight by Bruce, and he gets the placement there. Maybe not quite the timing. Hatchman's been busy in this first over. That's the end of it. It's 5 without loss after 1.
Yeah, it's a good start that from Bavaria. Kept it quite tight. Louis there just trying to go over the top. Nice and straight, so kind of risk-free with the shot in the end, but didn't really quite get hold of it. Toe of the bat.
Now, that's 30 days until the ECL. I know that you're an avid watcher of ECN cricket. You must look forward to the ECL every year.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing Wimbledon, I think.
Wimbledon, good raps on them. I mean, we're going to see what I think might be the biggest crowd ever for an ECL group when the English are there. With Wimbledon there, Hornchurch going to bring a couple of hundred, I think. Cockney Corner is going to be going off. I'm wondering if we need to start erecting the barbed wire fences down there to keep the supporters apart. But that's a pretty interesting group. Also has the Swedish champions, the Belgian champions, and the Czech champions in there as well. They're all super attacking. Here's Crichton in over number 2. And the first one, fraction short. Bruce pulls it away. Now I'm going to go back to your commentating last year, around about this time of the year. Maybe it was more like February, March, maybe April now I think of it. But you were here with Charlie, and that was the tri-series which featured Gibraltar as well as Malta and Portugal. T20's over, I think, 4 days. As Bruce goes to the skies, doesn't really get it, and he's going to be dropped. And I reckon that's 4. Hatchman does belt it back, but I think he's on the rope. I'll wait for it to confirm, but if my eyes don't deceive me, I think this is going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, I think if we watch this again, he had it in his hands. I thought he got it, and then he almost kind of just takes his eye off it, and yeah, I think that's going to be a 4.
Yeah, it does. You can see he's already touched the rope, so that will be 4 runs.
That was almost like a Herschel Gibbs moment in the World Cup where you think you've got it and take your eye off at the last second, but he looked like he got there to me.
Hatchman in a hot spot there. He'll be disappointed. Just remember that, because Bruce is dropped on 3 here in match 20. And this one keeps a bit low. They go on the hit, and a better throw might have been interesting.
It's a lovely pick up that from Riley.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's hit pretty solidly by
Choice wrong
Bruce.
side as well. And Jamie Riley's a player that's come a long way in just 12 months. I mean, I've seen him for the last couple of years developing. It reminds me a little bit, you know how Louis, when I first met him, I think he was about 16. And you can really see that a tangible improvement every time we visit. Crichton has been good through the first half of his over. Sneaks this one past. And Crichton, he had a great series in the night series last year, didn't he?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, he was someone I've been looking forward to watching, really, because I kind of watched the last series from home, didn't actually play myself. Crichton, if I remember rightly, was probably within the shout of getting an MVP. I mean, his performance in the final itself was fantastic.
Yeah, he was doing it all, really, last year.
Bit unlucky.
And yeah, it's nice to be back for this one. Last year I was in Malta, keeping an eye on things. Hillman throws the hands at this one, and he gets a piece of it. That's going to be 4. It's quite clever here. I mean, he plays it pretty late, and that's why he gets it away from Rick Hatchman, who's down there sweeping the offside. Clever batting from Hillman, gets him a boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. Using that power play as well, kind of risk-free, kind of going over the top at this point with no fielders out on that offside. He's able to kind of throw his hands through it. Doesn't really connect with it, but again, like, he's played it late, and it's a nice 4 runs to the total.
118 is the expected score at the moment. This should be a dot. Crichton gets across, single digits off the over, just 9 off it. Allen says, give me the ball back. And it's 14 without loss after 2. Let's have a quick look at the table then, and if it's up to date, you'll kind of see what we're talking about. And it just shows you the importance of being competitive in matches, because rugby, your side actually have 2 wins and Bavaria only have 1, but because they've been involved in 3 more kind of close losses, that's why they're able to gather 8 points at the moment, and that about 0.8, like I said, in net run rate. Now, loose calculations, I think that Bavaria would be able to lose this maybe by about 75 runs and still keep that net run rate above Rugby CC. And that's not all negative, as we see the next over start with a beautiful looking drive from Louis Bruce. He just goes a little bit inside out here, finds the gap and finds the boundary.
Yeah, nice looking shot. He likes to play that shot, does Bruce? He likes to go over the kind of cover region. He's telling me the other day he's trying to make his game, especially with this pitch where it sometimes stays a little bit low, trying to get a bit more straighter and playing down the ground. But he does like to open the face and kind of play over that cover region.
Funny you say that, because I have noticed that, and I think that inside-out technique, if you like, or being a bit more offside conscious, just means you're more able to deal with some variable bounce that we've seen. This time, it's pretty much on the off, and it's belted all the way. Maximo! Well, LB goes large and just had enough length to work with here. Again, they're trying to go straight. He does. See where Long On is there. He's pretty wide. Louis grabs half a dozen.
Yeah, Jimmy just got his length a little bit wrong with that one.
Right now, it's a beautiful little swish over the leg side. And well, Joe, over goes the walkie-talkie. And he's had a bit of a shocker there. Joe's a very good umpire, but not really known for his fielding. And you can see why. That'll be 6 carreras más.
Yeah, it's a big shot from Bruce as well. He's really connected well with that. Oh,
that's proper Shub vibes there from Joe. Now blames it on the lights.
Catch avoidance.
Yeah.
Definite catch avoidance.
I think he avoided it accidentally. Oh, takes a bit of a risk here, Bruce, but he's got such a good eye, and he's, for a tall guy, he's pretty good at getting down on those ones that don't bounce as much as he thought. But yeah, I was going to say, how did you enjoy the commentating last year? I thought you did a great job with Charlie.
Yeah, it was good fun. I really enjoyed it. First time, obviously, experiencing being in the commentary box. So it was a learning curve for me from that standpoint. As we see Hillman, it's just a deflection there.
Who do you give the runs to here? I mean, they weren't going to run in the end.
Crikey! I think Hillman will be looking at Bruce there and going, "You just denied me a 4."
Yeah, quite nice. That's what I was there for. And it'll be a weird dot ball. Still one to come in the over, one to come in the power play. Well, you say it's your first time in the commentary box, but I know that's not true. Slower ball from Allen. Kind of rolled the fingers in a leg cutaway. Finishes with a couple of dots. I like the work of Allen tonight. He'll finish none for 22 in this one. 31 without loss after 3. The reason I say I know it wasn't your first time in the commentary box, I know that sometimes the games get streamed from down here in Gibraltar, and you've done a little bit of commentary, and that's why I thought you're a pretty good fit to help out with that series.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, the first GPL which we held here in Gibraltar, it was kind of a case of we're going to stream it and we need somebody to get on the comms, and we think you might be good for it. I was like, oh, okay, I'll give it a go and I'll trace my hand on it. And, it's something that I quite enjoyed and, I want to carry on.
They've had the 100 down here as well before.
They did, yeah.
The Gib 100.
I didn't get to play in that, but it was, that was an interesting one.
I think that one, the scoring software is still smoking. Trying to blow up, dealing with those 5-ball overs. Anyway, Crichton comes back. So they're bowling out the openers in the first 4. Well, Jeff Mobbs, he's noticed that, Joey, you have a vested interest in the game. Wants to know if you brought your voodoo dolls and maybe a box of potions.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the chat all day with the rugby lot, and there's been a lot of talk of doing the jib voodoo dances and the weather dances and all sorts. But yeah, I mean,
you're a big Turek fan right now for the next 17 overs. Am I right? And you'll probably like that because that's going to be the dreaded Minimo. And it's Crichton that loses it down the leg side pile. Couldn't quite get across. You know as a keeper how difficult this take is because you're blinded and almost there but not quite there. Looks easy on TV to get down there, isn't it? But in a game situation, it is quite difficult.
Yeah, there was a couple last night actually in this tournament, and you are blindsided as you go down leg side. But what I've noticed with this pitch, the problem that I've had is not maybe actually getting across to the ball. It's staying low because with the artificials, you're almost expecting sometimes a bit more bounce than you do on a grass wicket.
You're right.
You're coming up too early, and then it dips down below your legs.
One that went straight through your legs last night, I think that would have annoyed you. I mean, I know the feeling, because trust me, I've done a lot of wicket keeping. Up to the stumps, especially Hillman. Pretty good keeper in his own right. Drives this for 1. Yeah, the thing, and when I'm coaching keepers, and it's something I do from time to time, but trying to move that sideways and get that big step in, get that big movement down the leg side, almost trying to go too far, but retaining the lowness to be low to the ground. I have a funny way I normally coach keepers. As this is a false shot from Bruce, but he'll get lucky. Flies away from Sajjan, and that'll be 4 more. So Bruce making the most of that early put down. He moves to 30 now.
Yeah, looking nice. This is the thing about Louis. Like, he's not afraid to play shots. Even if he's struggling with the bat a little bit, he'll keep on plodding away. And again, he's not really got hold of this. This is a kind of a thick outside edge, if anything. But he knows if he goes hard at it, there's a region down there where there's no third man. He's probably going to get runs.
Fortune favours the Brave there. Oh, that's pretty well bowled by Crichton. And Louis goes after it, plays down the wrong line.
Going back to Pyle, as a keeper, I really like Pyle. I got stumped off him to Jamie Riley the night. Jamie Riley's not a slouch by any chance.
Definitely.
He has got some of the best hands I've seen.
He's got very good instincts. What I like about him is that he seems to know when he's got time and when he doesn't. And I think sometimes you need to kind of make compromises on your technique to get a bit of extra speed, taking the bails off. So he tends to make good decisions with regards to that. I mean, nobody's perfect. He's made a couple of errors in this series as well. We can't play this much cricket, especially up in stumps and not. He also seems to be okay. If he makes a mistake, just gets on with it. And I think that's a really important quality to have as well. This is the last ball for Crichton, who hasn't been able to make the breakthrough as yet. In swing up. Hit quite nicely by Hillman. And, well, he goes the old double foot slide. Well, luckily there was another player there. It would have been a straight red. But Hatchman hasn't really had the best 4 overs. May have lost some skin in that one as well. 47 without loss after 4.
Yeah, nice shot from Hillman. A little bit of a thick of the wrists, just wide of Hatchman. See, it's one of those things that it annoy me about fielding. You see a lot of people go with their feet first. And it's one of those where if you're going to go feet first, you want to get your body behind it and not go... Because even if you do get your foot to it, it's probably going to go for 4.
If you were lucky enough to get 2 arms off God, you might as well use them first. ECL coming up, of course. And tell us about maybe 1 or 2 teams that you're looking forward to seeing. Calpe Giants is an obvious one, so I'm not going to give that one.
I mean, that's my original team, the one which I wouldn't. But
give me another one.
Well, obviously, you've got the Pakai Care boys from Spain who have been exceptional in both tournaments that we've seen, or I've seen them in. Wimbledon are a new team, obviously, from the UK, so I'll be keeping a close eye eye on them
Definitely.
as well. VOC Rotterdam, I believe that's Corey's old team, isn't it?
It is Corey's old team. And there's been a little bit of a player movement with VOC Rotterdam. Here's Rick Hatchman for the first time tonight with the ball. Just gets knocked away for one. But yeah, mentioned a couple of the previous winners there. Paco Care won it in 2022. We had VOC Rotterdam winning it in 2019. Of course, I think everyone's keen to see if Dreux can recreate the magic from last year. They came from the clouds to win that.
They were
That's
sensational.
something that I know that Corey was saying. No one dug in from Hatchman, and Hillman will just get a single. One of the beauties of the ECL is it's probably realistically 12 or 15 teams that if they just had a heater, they could win it. And no one had Dreux last year, including me. To be honest, I was ready to give Scotland the trophy when I saw them in their group. They looked brilliant, but Dreux knocked them out in the group stages. Then we thought, Dreux, they might just kind of win a game or two in the finals. Well, they ended up winning the whole lot. It was a real... They'll make a movie out of it one day. I wonder who'll play Nabi, maybe The Rock. This is hit down the ground, and well, Hatchman's back. Paddy Hatchman just needed his brother to be bowling to get his fielding boots back.
Yeah, nice stop there from Paddy down the boundary, kind of recovering from the mistake he made last over. But yeah, no, I mean, honestly, Drew, we saw them the year before, and they were okay. They were a decent team. They weren't anything
They've
special,
always
but they were
had
decent.
glimpses. I'll tell you something about the year before. As the 50 comes up in the 50 partnership in the 5th over.
Because they were the guys with the famous phone celebration, if I remember rightly, weren't they?
They don't forget that they had what at the time was a world record power play. They knocked 82 in 3 overs against the English club Tunbridge Wells and chased 88 in 3.1. And that set all kinds of records. I think it was a run rate of 27 point something, which was the highest in a completed innings. Little bit short. Bruce is after him. Hatchman, he's tried the short ball out a couple of times. He can't really afford to do that on this surface. Beautifully executed pull shot from Louis Bruce.
Yeah, fantastic. And this is the thing about Hatchman. With that little bit of extra pace that Hatchman bowls, if he does drop it too short, that's a nice pace onto the bat for someone like Bruce to punish. Hatchman doesn't really get too much movement, so Louis just got his body behind that, and that's middled for 4. Well, I think, was it 4 or 6 in there?
I think it's gone all the way. That says Carreras. Bruce to 39. Now pitched up, and it gets blasted back past Rick Hatchman. That's 4 as well. Well, Rick had visions of putting the right hand in the way, but I think he liked having 10 fingers and wanted it to stay that way. That was well struck by the teenage sensation, the Prince of the Rock, they call him, Louis Bruce. That's the end of the 5th over, 61 without loss. Going back to the keeping, staying low, this is something that I often say to young keepers. I'll say, look, you know, I would love if you could have grass stains on the back of your trousers from staying so low, and obviously you're not really going to do that, but just to think to keep, you know, all of that, your hips and all that really close to the ground, stay balanced. To be able to walk like a crab, you need a lot of kind of power in your quads to stay down and to be comfortable in that area. So, yeah, something like this, which I like this format because, you know, if there's the odd bye or something like that, it's not the end of the world. So it's not like if you miss a stumping or maybe if there's a big deflection, you drop a catch, you're not going to have to watch a guy bat for 6 hours like would happen sometimes in longer forms of the game. So it's a game where you get to try things, not only with the bat and the ball, but also when you're keeping and test your skills. On this pitch, it's pretty, not too much pace in it. I think like that, you're able to handle some of the medium paces. Boda's going back to medium pace here. We saw him dabbling in spin and dabbling pretty successfully, but obviously he thinks that seam is the way to go here, and he gets the first ball past Hillman.
Yeah, Sammy's a good medium pace. I think the other night against us, he got a decent... In the second game, he did quite well with spin because they haven't had Jimmy Allen available. With Jimmy Allen back now, I think Sammy's probably gone back to what he feels more comfortable with.
Oh, yeah. Great take as well. And maybe we can highlight the keeping here from Palm, what he does well. So you can see that he gets a good spring up. So he starts low, and then because he stays low for so long, he's able to actually go with a bit of power up, if that makes sense. He's got some power to actually kind of ride the bounce there, rather than just kind of hanging in a kind of middle position. And that's gone. And Boda goes straight through Hillman, works him over a little bit. It's strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. You're out. Hillman gets castled at 61 for 1. And finally, Bavaria have something to cheer about.
Yeah, fantastic work there from Sammy. Lovely ball. Just kind of moved in a little bit at the end, but that ball before from where it just kind of leapt up on Hillman a bit. He doesn't know where to go forward or back there. Hillman kind of gets stuck in the middle.
It's good length.
That's a really good length.
Kind of
to play.
top of the stump kind of length. I mean, if you actually analyse this over, there's been a couple of balls that have kind of shaped away from the outside edge. This one goes the other way. So Sammy just showing his versatility here. So I'm not saying he should abandon his medium pace bowling or anything like that. But I just think the more skill, the more strings he has to his bow, the more useful he is, not just at this level, but also the international level. And you can see, yeah, with Allen coming back, it's good observation, Joe. It means, you know, they've kind of got the slower bowling covered a bit more. He goes back to his medium. And he gets a pretty good player there in Hillman, 61 for 1. But here's Lorne Burns, and it's always a very, very exciting player to watch. And he almost scored his first ECN century earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, he told me actually, because obviously we're still very good friends with Lorne, part of that original Calpay Giant squad. He was telling me he thought he was in the 70s.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right, so he's not good at maths. That's what we've learnt there. Well, takes a bit of a gamble straight away, and he's just going to knock a goal into the back of the net. Maximo. Well, what a shot. I mean, he's obviously been watching. That's what good players do. Gets his eye in from off the field. Feels like he's going to get a bit of length from Boda. And you can kind of see Coy Rucker's influence there, saying, look, your first ball's as good as any other ball. Takes a risk, gets away with it, gets 6.
Yeah, and he's spoken to me about being in Spain and with Corey. And there's a few times for Spain in the T10s that I've seen him playing that he'll try that shot from the first ball because the bowler's not expecting him to do it.
Burns just works this away. And, well, that's going to keep on keeping on. Just gets cut off in the end. Come back for a couple. Random question time as well. Last game of the night. I've got Joey Marples here with me, doing a fantastic job with the commentary. A random question coming in saying that Chris played against Chris Adams' brother, former Derbyshire player. Way to name drop, Chris. Saying, so who is the most famous person you've ever played cricket with or against? So put your answers in the chat. I'll have a scratch the old noggin. This is hit for 4. Well, it kept going. Oh, it's the old feet first slide. I think that's what they were teaching in the Hatchman household. As this time it's Rick, who does make an effort, slightly ungainly effort. Again, even if he did hit that with his feet, he was already over the line. 4 runs to finish the over. Well timed, that one. 73 for 1 after 6.
I do like that about Lorne. Lorne never, if you watch him, tries to really overhit the ball. He'll rely on his timing and he'll rely on his hands to get it. And on this pitch where it does fly off the bat and also in the outfield, he knows he doesn't have to overhit it.
Yeah, definitely. And so we've set the table here. But Bavaria, they're all about qualifying and just making sure this doesn't get out of hand. Okay, how about you? So it can be the most famous person you played with or against. They don't have to be famous. It's just the most famous you can think of. It can be someone's brother-in-law or geez, that's 4, I think.
I think he knows as well. I think his foot's just on the boundary.
Oh, he's got super sensitive heels of his feet here, I think, because he knows that when he grabs this.
There it is.
Well, 10 points for awareness for Hatchman, but yeah, that will be 4. He knows it. Look, to be fair to Paddy, he signals that one straight away. So there's a Rugby CC supporter and player, Joey Marples. He was quick to be pointing that out if Paddy Hatchman didn't. Anyway, the next one is short, and it's going to be 50 for Bruce. Well, that's large. That one's always gone into the seats. 50 for Louis Bruce. Good comeback. Didn't have a lot going his way in the last game, but he brings up his half century off 21 balls.
Crikey, mind the winders there, Louis. That was heading our way. That was huge. Massive shot. Just picked the length really quickly, and he's followed through that and has gone miles. Going back to your question.
Scratch your head.
I'm trying to think. I mean,
now you've got the name-dropping license.
I know. So I came through at Wolverhampton with a few fairly big names, and I came through the ranks with George Elwes, who played for England, Anish Kapil, Worcestershire in England, Tom Fell. But recently, I mean, our overseas pro, we had Ben Horn, who's a New Zealand lad.
Yeah.
So he was out
Horn?
Yeah, Benny Horn. He's a wicketkeeper. But he started off when he was under 19 actually as an off-spin bowler. And so he converted to being a keeper really, really late in terms of his kind of development. But having him as the club this year, kind of as a former New Zealand player, I think it's Auckland as well he plays for back in New Zealand. It was nice having him, and especially for the keeping standpoint, to kind of bring me on.
Definitely. Sawyer actually bowled pretty well tonight.
I do like Sawyer. Since I've last been here, he's got an extra yard of pace on him.
You must notice as well. I mean, I see it because I only really see live once a year here in Gibraltar. That's the way it's worked out. But the standard has improved every single year. And I know there was a kind of period where there wasn't a lot of cricket played while they redeveloped the ground. And yeah, since this facility's been in play with the magnificent indoor facilities as well and the ability to practice more, certainly has made a difference. Sawyer gets whacked down the ground, and well, tell you what, sometimes we see it in some of the other countries where you get dragged, and the Hatchmans might want to make a switch at the moment. Nothing's going their way. This is a good effort from Paddy. Again, he's taking a one-way trip to Carpetburn Town there. That'll be 4 more.
Yeah, Tarek are bullying the Hatchman lads here down at long off and long on.
Hello to John Gray, who's popped into the chat. This was a full toss on leg stump. Bruce works this away. Likes the idea at 2. Good secondary backup, but it decides it's just not the time. He can retain the strike instead. End of the 7th over, and the score is 90-1. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Well, it is finals night, but quite interestingly, it starts before noon. That's how long the night is. It actually starts at 11:45 local, so it's 15 minutes earlier than originally scheduled. So that's the change that was made today. So Pirates have locked in 3rd. They will take on either Rugby CC or Bavaria, depending on what happens. Sloggers versus Tarek will be the 1 versus 2. Again, we don't know quite who will finish top just yet. But yeah, the double chance for the top 2 as a reward for their performances. And ultimately, tomorrow night, we'll give away the trophy. Should be a big day.
Should be a massive day. And, it's been nice to have such a competitive, like you were saying, I think the standard here has improved massively. I obviously missed last year's version and remember the first one, which, there were some good cricketers on show and the standard was decent. But like you said, there's been that break of cricket where a lot of people hadn't played for too long. It's good for Gib cricket in total having this level of competition and this level of players playing, because it just improves. You need that to improve. You need that to improve as a player and as teams.
Yeah, and this game kind of supercharges you. Sometimes I call it cricket boot camp. And I was saying that to the Gibraltar women's side, who kind of probably get to train a bit more than they get to play. So I said the fact they're going to play, I think they played 8 games in the ECIW about this time last year. It heightens everything. You're having to make more decisions. There's less costs to mistakes most of the time as well. Riley's been used at the end of the innings today, and he almost gets taken out. One of the things I love on ECN is the umpire clothesline, where they stick out the arm, and one day a bowler's going to lose their head off their shoulders. Jamie, smart enough to get out the way. Tyrone Peters, he's listening to the commentary, our tournament referee, and he's keen to name drop. Oh, what bowled. Oh, gets through everyone, does it? Well, where's the ball? It gets a piece of Chris Pyle on the way through. It'll be a bye. So Tyrone played a lot of good cricket in South Africa, and he has also coached a bit. He's just named a few. Graham Smith, Jacques Rudolph, A.B. de Villiers, Faf du Plessis, Quinton de Kock, Devon Conway, Dane Villas, Neil McKenzie, just to name a few. So Tyrone, he's probably hasn't watched the game for 2 overs because he's been typing me that message. But it's good to have people with that experience from all around the world as part of the European Cricket Network.
Nice way to show off there, Tyrone.
Yeah, he's been belted around the park by many. Well, Burns tries to get Funkalicious and comes up with fresh air. I won't name all of them because I did play at a level where we would play against national international cricketers if the schedule allowed it. Not very often, I would say, but I've got to say some of the highlights were facing Mitchell Johnson, and I made a rather unconvincing 3 not out, but didn't die. So that was that. Oh, nice shot by Burns. And this is something that I think some other batters should have a look at. He kind of creates his own line here. We're getting into the last 2-3 overs of the innings, and he says, look, I'm going to look for something with the angle, and I'm not fussed if I miss it. I'm going to put myself in a position to create a shot, and he does very, very well. A bit like the first ball he faced.
Yeah, and I mean, Jamie's interesting because he's a left armer, but he's coming left arm around.
Yeah, it's a bit of a recent thing. I know that I've seen him typically going over the wicket, but I don't think just recently he's decided this is working for him. So
it's naturally going to come in. And
yeah,
I think
he does get that natural inswing, although he does have the odd one that goes the other way as well. But this is asking for trouble. Fraction short, and Burns all over it as he lights it up. Maximo runs into the 20s, and right now it's one-way traffic. Tarek bring up the 100 in the 8th over.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Burns, who's just starting to kind of motor on now. He's starting to up the run rate. He knows he's got plenty of wickets behind him to go, and he'll just here start to kind of push on.
I'm trying to think of like a big name. At the moment, Marcus Stoinis. I used to coach Marcus when he was in high school, and I did play against him. He played for our rival club. Eventually would play for our club in Australia. He's one that had a bit of a tough time at the start of his professional career and made a bit of a move to Victoria, and that That's where things started to work for him, and he's kind of in and out of the Australian side at the
I
moment.
remembered actually. Moeen Ali is the
yeah.
biggest name.
That's
So
a good
Moeen
one.
Ali, before when he was playing for Worcestershire, he would also play for Wolverhampton in the Birmingham Premier League. He then got obviously picked for England.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, and we didn't see him again after that. But
Again, Burns likes the idea of going with the angle. We'll get a single here, and that'll be the end of the 8th over. Tarek on for 130 at the moment, according to the expected score. The super duper computer, it's 102 for 1 after 8. But yeah, it's great to, I suppose at my level that I played, so first grade cricket in Australia, and in the old days, before all the franchises were happening, and I probably played kind of while that transition was happening, probably while the Indian Premier League was just starting out. Players were available to play for their clubs if there weren't test commitments or first class commitments. So, I played against guys like Marcus North and Justin Langer, these kind of guys. And what was great is, and I actually had a few in my team as well, you got to see how they went about it. And for them, the cricket game was a cricket game. They did the same preparation as professionals. They would have respect for whoever they're playing against. So, I think a bit like when I see someone like a Deploy or something coming up playing for Hungary and that rubbing off, it's very good to have that.
Chance
Experience. Yeah, well, it would have been out, but again, I think it's a run worth taking at this stage, and they still got batting to come. We haven't seen Pai yet with the bat, for example, so this is probably you might hit 1 in 4 here, I think. But quick to grab it and have a shot.
yeah, it's a bit late setting off there, Burns. Lou kind of was already at the other end, and he kind of set off quite late. He knew he was probably going to be in a bit of trouble, but if you run hard, I'd like to see him throw a dive in. I like a dive, as you
I love a
mentioned.
dive. Yeah, playing indoor cricket at a good level, we worked very hard on diving, and
You don't see it done that often anymore.
yeah, well, look, you got to be able to do it well. That's the other thing. Otherwise, number one, it might not go that well, and also you might hurt yourself. But when we found that good divers get about an extra metre. We actually did a few tests, and we did a lot with gym mats and things, and getting it. We call it the Superman dive. Kind of 2 different techniques I saw, or 3. One I don't advise. 9th over here, and Bruce, well, not to forget about him. He just clips his way for half a dozen. Maximo Louis on the charge here, swings his way into the 60s.
Loves a flick, and he's got such quick hands. We saw him, I've seen him in previous tournaments. He's very, very strong in that area, Bruce. He's stopped himself from doing it as much as he used to, because he used to do it way too much, and he was quite easy to predict. Now he kind of picks the balls, and that is it's a lovely shot from him.
Boda to Bruce. False shot this time, hangs in the air, and well stopped that time by Sarjan. He's had a bit of a rough night, but he's able to stop the boundary there.
Does well to keep his feet inside the rope here, because that was travelling. And
There's always a little side spin on those as well,
Yeah.
hey. That can cause a few problems.
especially this time of night as well, where the dew kind of just settles down on the pitch. It's going to skid on more than not, and he's done well there.
I had a question in the chat for you, Joey. I'm going to come back to it in a second. Well, here's Boda. Keep her up, and that's going to be 5 in there. This is a problem because it's clever by Burns, because he just causes more confusion by blocking the line of the ball. It forced the keeper to kind of pick his side. He picked wrong, and that one ends up going all the way for 5 wides.
It's one of the hardest things, especially I find as a keeper, when someone does a premeditated shot and tries to jump in front of you like that. It kind of messes with your head a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
And it throws you off kilter.
Definitely.
And so there's a chance, and I think Lorne knows this, by doing that, even if he doesn't get hold of it, there's a chance that it'll fly through and go down for 5 byes, as long as he makes an effort to try and hit it.
You said it. That's exactly my thoughts. Now he blocks the keeper's view again and hits it into the gap, and that's 4 more, so Burns. He's going to put one through the posts, and 4 more. Tarek up and away, 8 balls to go. And looking for more than 130 at this stage, really getting moving in the 9th.
Yeah, and I mean, good batting from Burns. He's a fantastic batsman. At the minute here, I think Bavaria just need to change something up. You can see what he's doing quite often. He's stepping outside of that off stump, and he's trying to manoeuvre shots. So you've got to try and think a bit differently, a bit out of the box.
Decide. I mean, we haven't really seen a Yorker, which will make it pretty tough to play that. Maybe Yorker on the stumps, or you follow him. They're probably your 2 main options here. This is hit straight. Is it hit well enough? Not quite well. That's going to be LB from Paddy down there, leg before boundary, as it crashes into him. But it does make the stop, and it's just a single.
Yeah, I don't think he knows too much about this, Paddy. I think he... Oh, no. Crikey, he's done
He'll
quite
tell
well
you
there.
that he put his body in the line of fire 120 now for Tarek.
That could have been quite nasty. But he's
Question
doing well there.
Question from Dave, though, asking about you and your connection to Gibraltar. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about where you were born and what brings you here in the first place. Last ball for Botta first, though. This is hit high. Doesn't really get this, Bruce. Does it carry? No, it doesn't. Falls in no man's land. And Hatchman, well, might as well be a bar of soap for him at the moment. He can't prevent the two. Hustles in, but it will be Bruce to take strike. Burns gets a couple off the last ball of the night. 122 for one.
Yeah, so I came to Gibraltar at the end of 2018 for work. I used to work, I worked in the hospital here, and I was here for about just under 4 years in total.
What sort of work are you doing in the hospital? Saving lives every day?
Work in theatres mainly. I work on anaesthetics, so I work with anaesthetists, put people to sleep, wake people after operations. But it does lead to going down to certain areas like A&E, ITU, transfers, all that kind of stuff.
Right. Interesting.
But yeah,
You've got to be our first anaesthetist, and I'm not saying I want you to put it.
I'll call myself an ODP, but no one knows what that is. When you say you're an ODP, they go, "What's that?"
It's good enough for me. Last over coming up, Riley. Clever bowling because he knows that Lorne's wanted to ramp everything. You take Crichton on here, they'll get him. Let's just say you are an anaesthetist. There's plenty of jokes I could make about you being in the commentary box and putting the viewers to sleep, etc., etc.
Exactly.
But, I mean, that's really important work. I mean, I've got a lot of respect for anyone that works in the medical industry. I think that hospitals are one of those places that, I mean, I've had family and friends go in and obviously ICU, things like that. Well, that's one you have to hit, and he does. In fact, he's going to get 6. Maximo! Well, Burns back and with finals tomorrow. He's certainly picking up where he left off. Again, one thing about Riley, he's giving him length. At this stage, that's one thing I don't think he can afford to give Lorne. Smacks that one out of the ground.
Yeah, good shot as we see him again step across that offside.
What I was going to say, though, it's one of those things, it's your whole world when you're in there. If you've got a loved one in there. But then, you know, most of the time you're not thinking about it if you're just a lay person.
Yeah,
but every time I'd go past the hospital, I would think, you know, someone in there or some people in there, they're going through that right now. And I think I want to give a shout out to all the magnificent medical professionals out there. Of course, it's been a tough few years with the pandemic as well. All right, 4 to come this time. Won't get any batting, I don't think. Burns. It'll be a leg by. We'll be back to Louis Bruce.
Yeah, just, again, better bowling that from Jamie. Just kind of pushed outside that offside line.
When you came here, were you keen to get into cricket, obviously, with that background?
I was about to say that, actually. So when I came here, I kind of stopped playing for about 7 years. Because of work and travel and bits and bobs, I don't know whether I'd fallen out of love with the game a little bit. As we see Jamie come in. It's gone up. This could be out.
Well,
No,
falls safely,
no
finds the gap. Oh, well, Crichton. Looked like he was like a 3-legged race there at one point. It just kind of bounced awkwardly for him. He swiped at it, couldn't keep it inside. Once it was quite out of the middle, but Louis reaches 72 with 2 to come.
Yeah, but going back to what I was saying, so I'd stopped playing cricket, and it was one of those things where I was actually, I have to thank one of my old anaesthetists who I worked with her in Gib, where he said, "I found a club, you used to play cricket, do you want to come down with me?" I was like, I don't know, I've not played for a while. And he went, and he had a really good time, and he said, "Come on, you come in with me next time." And that was it. I kind of went down the second time and realised, wow, I found my love again for the game. And from there, I never looked back.
That's wonderful to hear. Great story. We're glad you have. You're a great part of the European cricket community. Anyway, Bruce looks likely to finish on 73 after that. So let me just do some quick sums. Just eyeballing it. Let's say they finish, well, they've gone backwards. I think they'll go up again in a minute. I think there's one to come here. I feel like they probably need to get to about 70 to be safe, 65 to 70. But the way the series has gone, that's no shoe-in. I had this as the last ball. Maybe it's not. Anyway, Burns is going to just put this in the back of the net as well. Well, I think he scored a hat-trick, to be honest. But it's very, very skillful. That will do it. It'll be 140 in the end. And Burns with a cameo, 41 off 16. Again, Riley, good young bowler. I think you learn something from every game. I think if he's going to bowl at the death, he needs to be able to hit that Yorker a bit more consistently. A top player like Burns at this level, you know, if you give him that length, it makes that shot a lot easier. And he was able to execute it very well on multiple occasions. It's the battle of the LBs there with Louis Bruce and Lorne Burns, with Louis batting through the innings for 73 and Lorne with 41. But Bavaria, well now, essentially they're batting to stay in the tournament, and if they're out, you're in. So it's going to be a pretty interesting second innings. Take us through the highlights, Joe, of the first innings of match 20.
So, I mean, Hillman and Bruce, again, at the top of that order, started really, really well. Hit the shots, the new in the power play, get a nice big start and kind of set that base to go big. you know, Lou Bruce has got the ability, as we see him with those flicky wrists. And that one nearly, Joe there nearly got the catch, pulled out at the last minute. But yeah, I mean, some good batting on show from Tarek once again, as we've seen throughout the whole of this tournament, really, as we see Paddy Hatchman, who had a bit of a rough night down there at long off, trying to get that sliding feet first. This one he did make the good stop though, as he gets that one in. Lou Bruce has made another big score tonight, and he'll be happy. A lovely ball there from Samoth Boda, who went back to the medium pace tonight, and it reaped the rewards as Hillman was dismissed for a lovely shot out there. And as again we see one of the Hatchman brothers going feet first with the slide tackles. Lou Bruce on the pull. They are trying to hit that stand. No one has actually got it in the stand yet this tournament, I don't think, but he was close with that one. Hatchman did eventually get one into the hands, but his foot was on the line and he knew it as soon as he hit it. And again, another one, good effort down on that long off region. Poor old Haddy had a bit of a rough night. But it's a good score from Tarek, as they ended up on 140.
Batted really well. Love this partnership between the LBs. And it was also the LBW down the ground. It was leg before boundary, actually. Hatchman, who just decided to cop this one in the kneecap without pads. All right, are you ready? I've just triangulated the net run rate permutations.
No.
Bavaria need, well, how much do you think they need? Have a guess.
45.
They need 59 to make the finals. 59.
Pressure.
So Joey Marples, I know you can be in, and I love biased commentary, so don't feel like you have to be neutral. I want to see you wear your heart in your sleeve here. So yeah, 59 or more Bavaria would be in. And let's say they make exactly 59, they would keep you out by 0.008 of net run rate.
Yeah.
And we might need to have the counsellors. I know there's probably a few good ones at the hospital
Yeah,
if that happens.
I was going to say.
73 for Bruce. I thought he batted really well. Nice array of strokes. 7 4s, 5 6s in there. Hillman, 13 before he was castled by Samoth Boda. It was the only wicket of the innings. Lawn came out, put on a bit of a show. 41 not out off 16 with 4 4s and 3 6s, striking at 256. Tough one for the bowlers. No one really went the journey, but it was just consistent good hitting. It was Boda who did get the 1 wicket of Hillman, but no one else really able to penetrate. Maybe I'd go James Allen again for the best of the bowlers, for doing a reasonable holding job early on. All right, well, time for us to relax. 59 is the magic number for Bavarian fans, rugby fans. You'll be hoping that it is below that. If it's 58 or less, then Rugby CC will survive. Joey, I didn't say this earlier, but silver lining, if you don't make the finals, you're very welcome in the commentary box here tomorrow. So we'd love to involve you, but I know you want it to be on the field, right? Anyway, we'll take a break. Back soon in just a few minutes. It'll be 141 for the win. And Bavaria have a couple of other targets they're looking at if they're going to make it through to finals day tomorrow. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Joey Marples, my special guest for Max 20. And you're watching the ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to The Rock. We're at Europa Point. This is the final innings of the qualifying stage in this ECSN Gibraltar. Many sound to here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN on a beautiful Saturday night. The lights are on now. All sorts of equations going on. 140 scored by Tarak in the first innings. Bavaria chasing 141 for victory. They're chasing 99 for a point, that means. But what they're really chasing is like a third target, which is more important, 59 or more to stay above Rugby CC on net run rate. Speaking of that, Rugby CC keeper and talisman, Joseph Marples is with me. Joey, well, it's going to be interesting for a variety of reasons, but I suppose your guys still in with the chance. Bavaria, 59. Sounds easy, but let me remind you, we saw them rocked and rolled for 43 the other night.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Bavaria have had a few rough nights at the bat themselves, once against actually rugby, which was interesting to say. But I tell you what, I mean, it adds a bit of pressure to this last game of the tournament. It's not a dead rubber, there's not nothing in it. There's actually something playing on this last game.
Look who you're going to face as well. You're going to have 2 overs from Burns, probably 2 from Bruce. You've got Avinash Pai in there, you've got Mipuri. And then Garrett is back in the side, but let's see if he can bowl or not. Probably left short a bowler last time, didn't they? Anyway, the first ball is going to go through the offside, hit for 4. Perfect start.
That's a lovely shot. That's a lovely shot from Pyle. It took a bit of time to get going in this tournament so far, but it just gets his length wrong there, Burns, as he bowls a bit of a full toss on the front foot. And that's driven through kind of the long off region. And I mean, it's a nice start, that, from Bavaria.
Got hit for a 4 early on last time, Burns, but came back well.
Oh, goes for it again here, and I mean, doesn't quite get hold of that. It's a nice aggressive start here from Bavaria. Look, they should get this total. Let's point that out. Look, they are favourites to get to 50. Is it 59?
59.
59. I mean, they should get that.
Classic commentary jinx you're doing at the moment.
I'm trying to do my best here.
I love it. I mean, one way or another, we'll get you involved in finals day, but I know you want it to be behind the stumps, not behind the microphone, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, I've really enjoyed being back. I mean, coming midway through the winter, it's nice to get actually better out of the UK where it's -6.
Is Burns.
Nice shot down the ground. I think that'll just be the one, though, as we see young Louis Bruce. Had a bit of an interesting game in the field in that first one.
Yeah, I think if you look up in the dictionary, it would be bad. But no, he did take a couple of catches, but Louis will know that he probably dived over a couple that he would normally get.
Yeah, he won't mind to say, and I don't think he's got high standards of himself, Louis Bruce, and he'll know that first game was a bit of a rough one. And I'm sure his captain, Mr. Pye, will have let him know as well. As we see Burns come in. Drifts that one onto leg, and that's going to be swept away. 4 more runs to the total here, this time for Mr. Hatchman,
yeah,
the
well,
captain.
Paddy needs runs. He hasn't reached double figures in the series. I mean, he did double his previous high score of 4 in the last game. He scored 8, but he wants more. He goes back to the top of the order where he started, and I suppose you'd argue where it started to all go wrong. But I like that he's opening. I think he is very, very capable, and sometimes batting that first 3 overs as well. There's a few more gaps in the outfield. If you can crack one between fielders in the infield, then you just pick up those boundaries, get your innings going. So that's a nice start for Paddy.
Yeah, very good. As we see Burns come in here, 2 more balls to go. As Paddy goes to big sweep across the line. Doesn't really get down to it, but he'll get a 1, as Avinash Pai will field this one in the deep. Yeah, going back to Paddy, I think he's the captain of the Calpe Giants, so the team which we're obviously going to see later on in the year. But he was one of the star batsmen in that tournament with the bat, so it'd be good to see him actually reproduce some of that.
No doubt.
In this tournament.
Last ball for Burns in the first.
This is over the top of the infield, and Kabir Mipuri can't get down to it. Probably should have. He'll be a bit disappointed he didn't get down to that one. It's another 4 runs. It's a great start from Bavaria.
Really good start. And it's kind of what I said. More gaps in the outfield. There is Mipuri kind of floating around out there. But 14 off the first 14 without loss. Legs 11 matches since the golden ball. I mean, that'll be pretty exciting. We have one tonight. I wonder if we'll have one on finals day. We've had 3 golden balls here in Gibraltar. They've all been magnificent as well. The other night, Bavaria were part of golden ball 51. They were on the wrong side of it as far as they were concerned, because they would have already sewed up a spot in the finals had they just been able to find the 2 runs off the golden ball. Because it was, they weren't able to, but they're still favourites, I suppose. You see the target, 141, in brackets 99. That's for the point, but there should be like another set of brackets which says 59, which is what they would need to keep their run rate above Rugby CC. There was about 0.84 between them at the start of this game. Avinash Pai to bowl the second over.
Yeah, Avinash Pai, skipper on. He's going to come around the wicket here to Hatchman. Likes to dart them in, does Pye. More of a medium pace, kind of doesn't really get too much spin on it. That's a good feel in the deep there from Lorne Burns. But yeah, it's quite a tough character to face because he kind of darts them in, puts them on a good area and just backs himself.
We saw him kind of going to almost genuine scene up for the last couple of balls of his spell last time. But yeah, doesn't spin the ball a lot sideways, but he uses the crease as well. He'll change the distance.
Oh, that one just stays a bit low and it'll stay inside the line. That'll be a dot. But yeah, I think it's with that Pye. Pye used to be a medium pacer. And as he's got older in years, and his body started to kind of...
Smarter.
Yeah, he's decided,
waste
right,
the energy.
yeah, 100%. And Mr. Injury prone himself, he hasn't actually he's done quite well this tournament so far. As he changes angle this time to over the wicket, stays low. Pyle does well to kind of get bat on ball there.
That's exactly why finger spinners have had so much success in this series. A little bit of up and down in this pitch, and he's saying, oh, how did he hit that? But yeah, hit or disappear. That's the equation for Pyle there, but he does hit it off middle stump.
As we see Avinash coming again. Ooh, yeah, Paddy goes back. It's the one big thing, and we've said it throughout this tournament, is you've got to get on the front foot really on this pitch. The amount of times it does stay low, and yeah, and you're going to get caught out a little bit. We've seen too many players, especially to Williams of Sloggers, people trying to go back to him and get him bowled.
Signing your own death certificate.
Nicely hit from Paddy here. He'll just take the one from it, but it's a good second over here so far, and Paddy Hatchman will get just a single for that one.
So yeah, you can counter it a couple of ways. When Louis was in, he was saying he thought it was quite important to try and go forward to some of these bowls, if you can get forward to them, and kind of take that variable bounce out a little bit. Looks like that handle might have gone in that bat. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
He's not had much luck today, he's Paddy. He's been absolutely peppered down at long on.
Yeah, look at this. I think he's going to keep one more ball because he's not facing. But have a look at this. Look at the handle go.
Yeah.
But often, you know, they say they're at their best just before they go.
That's true.
You might end up with two halves of a bat.
Mine did this.
Too far.
Paddy, we might see a broken bat in a minute because this happened to me early last season, and I could feel my handle going, and then the next ball, boom,
there's a viral moment in the WBBL in Australia where a player was mic'd up, and she said, "Oh, doesn't matter, it's broken. I'll go one more," and she shattered it next ball when she hit a 6. Anyway, Pye will get worked away for a single here. End of the over. Bavaria 18 without loss after 2.
Yeah, good start this from Bavaria. They don't need to do anything silly. I think that's the one thing that then probably Paddy would have spoken to his team out going through it is, look, we don't need to go out of this and do anything silly. As we have a little look at the groups here, look at the permutations there. At the minute, Bavaria in that 4th spot and going through. And the run rates, it possibly is going to come down to the run rates here. Yeah, what a way to go through.
I know it's a frustrating way to be because you're probably saying at the moment, oh, if only we'd got another 10 or 20 runs in this game, or if only we'd bowled, only this over hadn't happened. That's just the nature of these tournaments. Kind of what makes them so exciting, ultimately. Look, whoever qualifies out of Bavaria or Rugby CC, your team, going to have an uphill battle. But as you know, and as we've seen before in Gibraltar, finals day can throw up some surprises.
Yeah, the beauties of cricket and the beauties of short format cricket, especially T10 stuff. As Paddy Hatchman, he's changed his bat. He's not risked it.
That's smart. Smart.
But no, I mean, really, I like the new bonus. I have to say, even though it might affect us badly in terms of rugby, I do like the new bonus point system. I think it works really well, and it adds an extra dimension to the actual.
Yeah, look, I think it's been a success. This is really shown.
Big shot. It's not going to make the distance. Doesn't really get the middle of that one, but he'll pick the gap, and that'll be another 4 runs to Pyle.
Yeah, Bruce probably feels like he's bowling on a 50-metre pitch at the moment. This looked like a slight leg cutter, and digs it in, just too short from Louis that time. Shot by Pyle. He looks like he could get a big score at some point. Seems to have a habit of making a start lately and not going on with it. I know he's not in an army of one there, but he would love to make sure that he gets his team to safety here past that 59.
Yeah, Bruce, we know he likes his cutters. They're hard to pick as well as he goes again with cutter. And that's just inside the line, but it's going to be driven over the cover region. And it's a big shot. 6 runs for Pyle as he goes into the 20s.
Cracking shot, holds his shape. This is actually what Louis Bruce did so well when he's been batting, playing with a straight bat to these kind of deliveries. That one had a bit of width, so it was obvious, but even to balls that are a bit straighter, just uncorks the wrists at the right time there, Pyle, and gets half dozen. But we do have Pyles in the series. I said that. Pyles everywhere in Gibraltar behind the stumps. Chris and Harry, of course.
Yeah,
Two of the keepers.
absolutely.
No relation, I don't think.
No.
Unless one of them decided to change
There's a
the
lot
spelling
of
of their
piles
name.
in this tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
Both wicket keepers.
I can see the headlines now. Gibraltar has piles.
Bruce comes in again. Can he respond? This time it's a bit better. This is a lovely straight drive. It's gone high, but that is going to go the distance, and it's 6 to Pyle again as he moves on to 27.
Well, take a picture. It'll last longer. Have a look at this from Pyle. Again, it's that leg cutter kind of delivery, that high elbow, and Pyle, well, he applauds it. Probably applauding the shot more than anything. That was cracked. What a shot by Chris Pyle.
Yeah, Chris Pyle's picking those cutters at the minute. Been coming a little bit too predictable from Bruce. Pyle kind of knows what's coming at him. I can't imagine Louis is going to come in and bowl another cutter here, because Pyle at the minute, as he takes a guard outside of leg stump, comes across. It's gone high off the bat. It's up in the air. Oh, and it's over Nash Pye's head. He's come in too far.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he brings himself up there, Pye, saying, well, if you're going on my head by that much, let's try something different. And it was a short ball. I think it was planned. I mean, it shows they have a plan. 2 international players here. They put the deep square leg back for the bouncer, but the pull goes over mid-on in a cruel twist of fate, and Pye can't get back in time.
Yeah, nice plan that from Bruce, and Pye nearly came off. Doesn't, and Pyle will continue with Hatchman on strike here. Well bowled that from Bruce. Try to play across the line. Probably should be a little bit straighter with that. Hatchman just needs to rotate a little bit here. He's got Pyle at the other end, who's absolutely on fire at the minute.
I'm going to say shout out to the chat as well. Kitty and Emma watching from the USA. Of course, we had Bernie on earlier. We've got Kroom watching from England. And Christopher Ward, I think you'll enjoy this comment, saying, tell you what, Joe is doing a fantastic job in the comms box. Got to agree with that. Here's Bruce.
Oh, that one stays low. On Hatchman, it's going to fall short third man. Oh, a bit of foot fielding. Yeah, they won't go on the second run here, though. Just take the one. And we finish the third over, and Bavaria are 36 for no loss.
Yeah, it's at 59. They have to fall over to not get that. Having said that, as you'd know from such nights as last night, collapses happen. If you can get a couple in Bavaria, we saw them kind of collapse to be all out for 43 the other night. Tariq certainly put up a few tall towers in the first innings, didn't they? In fact, from the third onwards, every over was at least 12.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic innings from Tariq. Really well measured by Bruce and Burns. And I think we're going to see them pair be fairly influential tomorrow when it comes to the crunch.
Yeah, no doubt. Plenty of action coming your way as we get to over number 4. Now you can use up to 5 outfielders. Mipuri gets the ball.
Yeah, Mipuri, here he comes. Oh, that's going to go down leg. Hillman does get hands to it. It's going to trickle way down. I don't think it's going to go for 4, although they're going to try and make a good effort of it getting there. Is it going to be 2s? They're going to take 2s, I think, here. Mipuri just warming up, trying to get into the rhythm here. He just kind of drops that one down leg. Hillman, again, we talked earlier about ball staying low, and when you're unsighted so hard, does get those hands to it.
I just want to check this stop. I think it was okay, but
yeah, I think that should be okay now.
Time, but Hatchman, it was a leisurely stroll for 2 runs.
Mipuri's not had his not been able to do his regular celebration tonight, has he?
Yeah.
He's looked a bit subdued. Subdued for the normal.
I've seen youngsters all over the peninsula here pointing at their temples in a fairly unaggressive fashion as a tribute to Kabir.
Oh, chance. That's flown hard. That's a tough chance for Hillman. That he's gone at that hard.
He's
Hatchman.
done well. I reckon he's got a bit of glove on this, which shows he's got incredible reactions. Because have a look at how much this deflects. He's got next to no time. He has the right idea, doesn't he, Hillman? But, I mean, that's slow motion. If he'd taken that, it would have been one of the all-time great catches. I have occasionally snagged one of these, maybe in the webbing, where the batter's charged so far that you actually do have a bit of time between the edge and it reaching you. But in the end, it'll go down as 4 in the book to Paddy Hatchman, who has reached double figures now.
Mipuri improved with his lines here. He's just in again. This should only be the single down to long off. Number 9 there. That is Steven Gonzalez. Got a bowl in the last game. I'm probably going to see him in this one, probably taken over or maybe one of the overs.
Yeah, it depends on Garrett. I wonder if they want to try it Garrett tonight or maybe save him tomorrow. I mean, the youngster kind of seemed to hyperextend his bottom half
he went
earlier.
down awkwardly. We were watching it from the stadium. I mean, he didn't look comfortable as he went down to get the ball, and he kind of
looked like something you'd see from Nadia Comaneci in the 1980 Olympics, put it that way. Don't think he'd practiced it.
Mipurian again. Oh, just a little prod at this one, Pyle. Didn't look comfortable with the length of that one.
Yeah, this one's deceptively straight.
Yeah, it didn't.
And Pyle just plays inside it.
Doesn't really get to the pitch of the ball either here, Pyle. He kind of just makes a little push at it. Does well to keep his back foot grounded. Hillman was ready to pounce.
A couple to come from Mipuri in the 4th.
Oh, and again, Mipuri's improved here. He's got a nice little line and length go, and he's just got a tiny pile up.
He's got a bit of work on them. He's not just kind of putting the ball in play. He's getting a bit of drift, getting a bit of overspin. You can see he's doesn't get a lot of sideways turn there, but he's putting a bit on the ball. He's getting a bit of loop and a bit of drop. I've noticed tonight, Kabir. Last ball of his over.
Mipuri in, steps outside of off stump. He'll try and whip this one round the corner. There's a fielder there. That is that man, Niall Garrett. As that'll just be the one run as we end the fourth over here. 45 for no wicket.
Have a look at tomorrow. Well, the Lions, they might end up tangling in some sort of post-apocalyptic lion fight if they win. They are the top seeds there. Markov come all the way from fourth in the group to make the semi-final. Had to beat 2 higher-ranked opponents on elimination day today, but they've done that. Black Caps are probably, I think, the 3rd top team based on their group performance. They'll take on the Sri Lankan Lions in the second semi-final. Rico and Charlie are standing by. I know Charlie's probably tuning in right now to watch you, Joey. And it starts a little bit later, 15 minutes later tomorrow for finals day, 7 in the morning GMT, which is 8 in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. It's great to have 2 series going on at once, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing the Black Caps. They've impressed me this tournament out in Cyprus, and I like the look of them. I've got them. They're my outside bet.
All right.
Right, as we see, oh, well, here we go. This is Garrett, isn't it?
Yeah, let's go. He's back.
That's not a bad start from Garrett. I tell you what, he doesn't look to be moving that ungainly. He looks to be moving quite free.
He's young. They've probably just gone emptied about a 6-pack of magic spray on him in the tunnel, and he's good to go. Kept his spot. He has bowled a really consistent line, and that's what he likes to do. Kind of bowl one side of the wicket, sneak it inside the tram line. Well bowled.
As he comes in, oh, and that one stuck low on Paul as a wild swing. And they're very unlucky there, Garrett, not to actually take the wicket.
Yeah, you're right. Pyle just misjudged the pace of this one. Yes, it is good to see Garrett back. You never want to see anyone getting hurt.
Yeah, it's a wild swing across the line. I tell you what, he was telling me earlier that he's learned all his tricks from his dad, Mark Garrett.
Mark's a character as well, isn't he?
Very much. Let's go out. Garrett comes again. This just put a bit wide on this one as Parlo hit this over the top on the cup. Before runs, as that runs away, just loses his line a little bit. That one drifts it wide, and Parlo has the freedom to kind of put his hands through it.
Yeah, the way things are going, it's looking tough for Rugby CC, and right on cue, Ian Latine pops into the chat, and he says, well, it was fun while it lasted. Well, Ian, you did score a great half-century last night. The way things are shaping up, I think you need some sort of unprecedented collapse to not reach 59 from here.
Garrett again alters his line. A lot better this time. This should just be the one. It's a good shot in the end. I don't think it's Lorne Burns down there can get his hand down to it. Rapid outfield here at the Europa Point Stadium. As Pyle looks to be going for trying to get to that half-century mark.
Just hit too well, really, in the end. I mean, Burns, he's a proper fielder down there. That's his zone. And he couldn't quite get there. Good effort, though. I like the way he went with the hand and a radical tactic we haven't seen too much of tonight. 50 up in the 50 partnership.
Garrett in again. Oh, and that was a chance. I'm not sure if he gets a finger to this, Garrett, but it's a bit of a slap back down the ground from Pyle.
I'm going to go index finger of the left hand. Let's see how well I'm hitting him. It made that kind of a sound. Which finger does this hit?
Oh.
Went pretty close.
Tell you what.
Garrett, one injury is probably enough for him. Hopefully that hasn't got him on the end of the fingernail, because they can be pretty painful.
Hatchman to finish the 5th over here as he hits a full toss out into covers. This will be 4 runs as Bavaria move on to 58 for no loss, and they're almost securing their place in finals night.
Yeah, well, they're almost there. So, well, a bit like you probably do in the hospital sometimes. I'm happy to hold your hand in this difficult moment, Joe, because I do think it's probably going to be the end of the tournament. This one's probably coming down enough for me. Step out of his crease. So I think you'll get the call there. But yeah, you're right. It's the end of the 5th over. Yeah, big thanks to Joey Marples. And who knows, now if you are not going to be on the field, maybe you can come in and be a guest from time to time on finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be down absolutely to watch.
Well, I know you must be available because you're planning to play finals. So you can't, can't tell me you're washing your hair or something.
No, absolutely not.
See how we go.
Yeah.
But I mean, really, with the 5 teams here, it was a bit of a lottery who was going to get that last place. I think Mipuri coming back now in the 6th over.
It's gone high, this one, and it's going to go all the way. That will be a 6 for Paul as he moves into the 40s. He's looking to finish kind of his group stage on a high. He's batted really well tonight, Chris Paul.
Yeah, he certainly has. I've said that he's made some starts, not really gone on with it in this series. And if he's keeping his ending to go by, he's a pretty good cricketer. So you'd expect that And he's going to fire at some point. One thing for Bavaria, at least they'll go into finals with some kind of momentum here. Even if they don't win this game, if they go close, then I'll be happy.
Goes to the reverse. There's going to be a peel here. The umpire does not seem convinced. Mipuri didn't really look convinced himself either.
I mean, I think there's an element of doubt here. Whenever there's sweeps or reverse sweeps, there's a lot going on. So maybe there's a noise there, but there's so many things it could be. The hand shifting on the bat, maybe brushing your own pad, maybe hitting the ground. I think umpire makes a smart decision.
As Mipuri tries to push it and hide it outside off, but he's going to be driven through the covers as Pyle keeps plying on, and Bavaria are on to 68. Pyle on 48. Not out here.
Yeah, he's batting really well, and this is the beauty of this format, isn't it? All it takes is one or two players to have a heater and you can win any cricket match on ECN. And we've seen it done before. We've seen teams win from 3 or 4 doing it the hard way.
I'm sure, I have a sneaky suspicion Pyle actually might play for Wimbledon. Now, whether we'll see him, obviously, in the ECL, I don't know.
Oh,
but
I
believe, if someone can prove me wrong, but I believe that Pyle has played for Wimbledon.
The Bavarian top, pretty similar to the Wimbledon colours from what I've seen as well. So, yeah. Oh, interesting. Pyle making a late run. He moves to 49 with that single. Yeah, I just think Bavaria, their tactic tomorrow, now we know that they are kind of through, gamble for the perfect game. And maybe what that is stick Rick Hatchman up the top with Pyle and hope that they have a heater. Maybe Riley at 3 for me. But just, it's go for broke time. There'll be no tomorrows.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the thing, and this is what I tried to say to some of our guys the other day was, look, you shouldn't be aiming for a bonus point. You should be aiming to win. And at this point now, especially when you've got nothing to lose, this is the point that you really want to go hell for leather and give it a go. Mipuri, 2 balls to go here in the 6th over as he comes in again to Hatchman. Hatchman goes strong down the ground. It should just be the one as we see skipper Avinash Pai whip it back in.
So, yeah, now we know that they're into the 4. By the way, apologies to Rugby CC, but hopefully I don't want to say goodbye to anyone yet because I want to see all the Rugby CC guys here tomorrow because it's going to be a big day, big Sunday.
Absolutely. I think they will, and that's the good thing about Gibraltar cricket is there is a good community feel here. As Pyle, can he get to the 50 in the last ball? It's gone high. This is going to go the distance. What a way to get your 50 for Pyle, and that's gone into the street.
Oh, follow that one. Look both ways before you cross the street. That's why I wouldn't be parking anywhere near here, Joe. What a way to bring up your 50. Pyle gets his first of the tournament, 55 off 24.
Sign of a confident player when they go for a big shot when they only need the 1 for the 50. He's not thinking of anything other than going for the big shot here to Mipuri as that goes absolutely miles. Lovely shot as we see it bouncing down. And yeah, someone's going to have to go and fetch that.
It's going towards the rock. Oh well, here's the latest news. We know that Pirates will take on Bavaria in the Eliminator tomorrow. That game starts 11:45 local, which is 4:15 in India. So, yeah, obviously our finals night actually starts during the day so we can get the games in. Turek and Sloggers will be the top 2 spots. Turek haven't quite sewn it up yet because they'd have to win this game to get top spot. Doesn't really matter with no rain in the forecast, but it'll always be... I don't know if you want it or not, going on the last 2 years, if you want the top spot or not. But, I mean, I think it is fair. Those are the top 2 teams through the group stage.
I mean, they've been different class, really, this tournament so far. And they deserve to be where they are. And I think this is one thing I would say. Look, it is disappointing that rugby, we haven't made it. But at the end of the day, we haven't been good enough. And you've got to sometimes accept that.
That's a mature way to handle it. Burns comes back. And first one's the dot. Yeah, I think that's the thing in sport. And you mentioned the community feel. I really like it that in some of the premier competitions here, the teams are kind of redrawn every year. And it just keeps a good feeling about it, playing with and against players that you're familiar with, the community atmosphere, because there's only a few teams. It's not like there's 50 or 60 or hundreds of teams like in some countries. So I think it is a really nice touch.
Oh, this could be LBW. It should be going. It is. It's a wicket for Burns. And Paddy Hatchman has to go for 18. A nice little knock from the skipper for Bavaria. But Lorne Burns will take his man. Has just skidded through a little bit. And that'll be LBW.
Yeah, I had this hitting. Hit him on the back pad and roundabout leg stump. But it was straightening just enough. Let's have a look on the replay. Look at there. Hits him more or less leg or middle and leg. And I just don't think that's going to miss the stumps. And I like the decision. Paddy Hatchman. He's certainly improving with the bat. Again, it'll be a curious case of where he bats himself tomorrow. I still think I'd probably be gambling with kind of all-out guys that have looked the most threatening. Probably Rick's one of those players. He looked good at the top of the order in that golden ball, came before he got out. But certainly he's a guy that can contribute, we know that. And here's another guy who's had a bit of a breakout series, Jamie Riley. You know, his top score on the network before this year was 6. And he's cracked 2 60s, including one earlier tonight.
He, for me, this tournament has been one of the Bavaria's best batsmen. He's been on fire with the bat, really. And
it's the way he's done it as well. Not the fact he's scored runs, but he's scored runs all around the field, and he's scored them with a pretty correct technique.
Absolutely.
And he's not afraid to take on Burns.
No, and he's looking confident. And I think the thing about Jamie, I'd say, is that left-hand, right-hand combination, especially in T10, can really mess with teams, constantly having to change the fielder. And he's taken advantage of it. I have to say, Jamie's batted really, really well. And I'm happy for him. I remember first meeting him down on the Costa del Sol, and he was such a young lad. But, yeah, I mean, good on him. He could be their key tomorrow. But just having a little look here before he bowls as Pyle. And this one's drifted down leg, and this, I don't think he gets anything on this. Could be wides. We'll have a little look what the umpire signals on this one, but he's just thrown that one down leg. He's not happy with himself here, Burns.
This is one that got away, isn't it? I mean, the thing with Burns, when he bowled one of these on opening night, he ended up taking 6 for none soon after. But yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, he's challenging to keep to as well. You can see that, because he is normally so accurate, Hillman's just not really expecting one down the leg side. I think half of leg side keeping is anticipating it and expecting it, not kind of falling into the trap of staying one side of the wicket and expecting one side all the time.
Comes off a bit of the toe here. It'll just be the one. Should be just... Oh, I tell you what. This is another bit of fielding on the rope. We saw it the other night with Nikhil Advani. And I think Habib Mipuri, who's having a bit of a torrid time at the minute, as his head points towards the sky. This is going to be 4.
Almost. I think he mistimed the high 5 as well. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Mipuri. And it's pretty important here you stay the correct side of the border. We saw a few people having trouble with that yesterday as we tried to get back into Spain. But now, Pyle gets a bit too inventive and misses out. It's a couple of times tonight we've seen that.
Yeah, I mean, Pyle's probably trying to get... Look, there's a little smile on Lorne Burns' face here because he knows Pyle's had enough of Lorne doing that in the first game to him that he's going, you know what, I'm going to try and give you a taste of your own medicine here.
What goes around comes around. Last ball for Burns here.
Oh, little dab, and he's got away with this one. That could have so easily trickled onto your own wicket. Tried to play it a little bit too subtle, a bit too neat and tidy.
Yeah, bit too cute for me. Out of the 7th over here, and it's 86 for 1. Coming up on Monday, the other side of tomorrow's finals days, we've got Barcelona. Coming up, I'll be there with Georgie Parker, who'll be commentating for the first time. She's done a bit of commentary all around the world. Former Olympic Hockey-Roo, which is the Australian women's field hockey team. Also played Australian football professionally. She's just come from doing the Australian Open tennis in Melbourne. So she gets around, really Georgie, good. And she's going to be our guest for 4 weeks in Barcelona. I heard she can speak a bit of Spanish as well. But I've been practicing, so we'll see who's better.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm more practiced. What's your Spanish like?
Pretty good.
Is it?
But I don't want to big myself up too much.
Better than mine then. Anyway, here we go. Bedson gets a ball, sprays the first one.
This could trickle away, and I think it should be 4 wides here. Bedson, we saw him bowl the other night, and he struggled with his line a little bit that night as well. Just needs to relax into this one, Bedson. He's kind of got nothing to lose here. Just kind of...
Bedson knew it got away straight away. Don't look at his face when he delivers it. But Bedson was the first to know that this had gone wrong. Have a look. Just focus on the face of Bedson here. He's like, oh, no. What have I done? But anyway, probably not a bad time to throw the ball around, I think, for Tariq.
It's just this one down the leg, but he'll get a dot ball for this as Pyle. Yep, that's a bit of a sore one on the inside of the thigh. Well, oh, sorry, Jamie Ryan. It's not Pyle, but that was, yeah, a bit of sore one. Kind of got to wait for the ball a little bit there.
Bedson almost wanted to walk the 22 yards to shake Jamie Riley's hand here because this was going to be a massive wide. Yeah. Riley misses out.
I think Jamie's let him off the hook a little bit there. And took a knock for it, and as he goes down leg again, he's just getting his line wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, I'd consider a change of angle here.
Yeah.
Because it's just not really working. That angle right to left.
Yeah, he's kind of got a slingy action, hasn't he? So he slings it across, and the problem is when he's slinging it across is he's pulling it down the leg side. As we see Bedson come in again to try this one. A little bit better this time. It's a bit of a bouncer. rises on Jamie Riley. He's managed to get it away. He'll just get the 1 run for this.
One thing I like about Jamie when he's batting well is he's very still and he plays the ball on its merits. Reminds me, it's a big rat, but someone like Sean Marsh of Australia, who I played a lot with and against. But he's very well balanced and then makes the decision based on what he sees most of the time. And I think that's paid off really well. We saw him hook Bruce out of the ground earlier. Really good shot, straight off his nose. We've also seen him driving well through the covers. I think that's the thing. He doesn't have to overcomplicate it, Jamie. He's so talented.
Better from this from Bedson, as this will just be pushed out, but it's a 4 runs. It's a lovely shot from Pyle. Just timing, pure timing on that one.
Yeah, very good shot, this one. Again, I think Bedson prefers the right-hander. That's more his zone, but Pyle, he's up and going, and you can see what I'm talking about, Bavaria. I mean, the first obstacle will be Pirates. Pirates have been a real hit-and-miss side. Last year's champions, of course, Pirates, and Burns was part of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's quite a funny story last year with the night series. Come back to it in a second. Here's Bedson.
This is a lot better from Bedson, but this has gone high. This should be out of the park. And that will be another 6 to the score of Chris Pyle as he moves on to 69.
This game's far from over here. I know it's 16 and over with Pyle up and going, and Tarek possibly going to throw the ball around, and they could pitch this win.
Yeah, absolutely.
May keep Tarek off the top of the table.
Yeah, I mean, with the two batters currently here, in Pyle and Riley, who I thought if he'd have stayed in the last one, Bavaria might have won that, you know. So they're in here, Bavaria. Oh, and that one stayed low. It's a lot better from Bedson. This kind of dips on Pyle a little bit, who went for the swing across the leg side. That's a lot better from Bedson. He's a bit unlucky with this one. Wild swoosh, as we see there.
Yeah, very interesting little sidebar here at the end of match 20.
Lovely shot over the offside, and that will be running away for 4. Another 4 runs as Bavaria turn upon the heat here to Tarek. And I tell you what, they're on here.
Yeah, because Tarek, they're 2 points behind, and if they just got a single point, we know they guaranteed a point because they've taken the game deep enough. But yeah, 34 off 12, not impossible, especially with Pyle on 73. Who knows? Outside chance of a ton as well. 107 for 1 off 8. As we can see, they're actually ahead on the comparison at this stage.
Yeah, look at those run rates. I mean, it's going to be tight. But with the batters in at the crease, I think Bavaria are in a very good chance, within a very good chance. And what a way to finish the tournament for them in terms of the group stage. To finish on a strong win today puts them, for me, in a very good position for tomorrow.
Definitely. Like Pirates, like I said, they're the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde team. And look, yeah, the other thing is, not just in Gibraltar, but across the board on ECN, you see different teams stepping up in the finals, and it can be unpredictable. We've seen teams win from 4th before. Obviously, it's a good system where you get rewarded with a double chance. You can have one off game if you finish 1st or 2nd, as long as it comes first. Anyway, Riley to face another youngster in Garrett.
Oh, he's got this one all wrong, Garrett. This will be a no ball, and it's well fielded in the deep there by Lorne Burns. I don't know if Burns knew too much about this because he kind of lets it hit him rather than actually taking it with the hands, but
it's actually a really important stop.
It is.
Because Jamie, I mean, if he gets 4, he was probably hoping for 6. You can actually see where he hit on the bat. It hit kind of what I would call kind of the bottom edge slightly, and that's why he didn't get up and out of the ground. Garrett gets that wrong and now has to deliver a free hit.
Free hit to Pyle then, and he's bowled him. They're going to get a single off it. He'll go for buys, and then we've got some buzzers on the cards. They're going to run 2.
Now it's time. Let's roll.
Proper ECN stuff going on here.
That'll be 2 buys. I wonder if it was signalled. Yeah, I think it was. So sometimes people go, oh, you know, is that fair or whatever? It's just part of the game. It's no different if you like drove the ball into the stumps at the other end. It's one of those funny things. You wouldn't have seen it a few years ago before that free hit rule came in. But 2 more to the total.
Yeah, and look at that for Garrett. It was a good response from him from the ball as he'll come in against Pyle again. Well bowled. It's come off the inside edge. Big, thick inside edge. Ooh, wow. Big early slide down there from Joe Wayne, I think it was.
Wayne down there. We'll call the Guinness people. That's the world's earliest dive. And look at how early he goes here. He almost had time to get up and then dive again, Wayne here. He loves it. Probably doesn't get much action down there. Oh, yeah.
For a moment, I think he thought he was probably going to slide past that ball.
Still fumbled it.
Big shot from Riley out into this leg side. 2 fielders converge. Avinash Pai will pick it up and throw it in.
It's good field. You know, I think because Riley's the kind of guy that typically plays the right shot for the right ball. They're going short to him. They've got that square boundary kind of locked up with good fielders with Pye and Burns. They're only about 15 yards from each other there. That's worked well. Pyle, 74, needs to go large.
Driven down the ground. He hasn't got too much on this. This should be well fielded by Luke. Oh, very close to that boundary rope again from a fielder. As he just kind of slipped as he went to stand up there, Bruce. But he does well to actually stay inside there.
He does, yeah. He suppose he can see the rope here. And he could always throw that away if he thought he was going to touch the rope. But they do get two with two capable batters in. This isn't beyond Bavaria.
Garrett in again, just comes one down leg. This is going to go the distance. Is it into the stands? Oh, it's just going to drop short once again. But Pyle is flying and Bavaria are flying.
Oh,
Here we go.
See, Bavaria have given us so many close games and the odd shellacking. But, I mean, don't forget they were the golden ball team the other night. Could we have another golden ball here? Wouldn't put it past them at this stage. Pyle to 82. Well, put it this way. If he goes bang, 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 he could bring up the first 100 ever in ECN cricket here in Gibraltar.
Yeah, and I tell you what a time to show up with the bat to the tournament, just in time for finals night. As Chris Pyle on 82, Garrett in for the last ball of the ninth. Got it a bit wrong. It's a full toss. It's down the ground. Oh, and it's thrown over the boundary. I think that's going to be 6. Steven Gonzalez couldn't rein it in. And I tell you what, we finished the ninth over on 127.
I think it's 6, yeah. He's signaling 6. Gonzalez. He was the 10th over bowler last time. He does have, he's got enough room, so he's in there, but the ball is not in his hands. It just creeps over. Great camera work from our crew at Spring Productions as well. So Maximo time, Bavaria. Well, never mind the 59 or the bonus point even. How about the whole lot? They could keep Turek off the top of the ladder here. They need 14 to win. 127 for 1 after 9. And they say when it rains it pours, Joe. Louis was in here for a golden ball. And Charlie cheekily said, now Louis has as many golden balls commentated as he does, because Charlie's only ever done the one. Could this be golden ball 52 in a few minutes?
I mean, it's probably nice to be in the commentary box.
Wayne's the bowler. 10th over, let's roll. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
First one's a beamer, and he doesn't even try and hit it. Instead, it gets away from the keeper. Who's there? Nobody. That's 5.
Oh, no. What a way to start. And that's going to be noble. First up, 5 runs and a free hit coming up for Jamie Riley. I tell you what.
Wayne, walks into the bar, throws one over the counter, and I tell you who's going to be upset there is Hillman on the artificial surface. I mean, I don't know who to blame more, but, well, almost like someone's typed in a cheat code and turned off gravity there. Free hit coming up and 9 to win off 6.
He's gone wide again. This should be just a wide, I think. I don't think it was above waist high, but it's difficult to tell from that angle. Which means it's going to be another free hit anyway.
8 off 6. Well, let's have a look. It's hard to judge. Yeah, that's fine.
Just below.
That's a good camera angle as well. Still on a free hit.
Here we go again. Digs in short. This is going to go the distance. This is a 6 from Jamie Riley.
Oh, boy.
Oh, and it's gone. It's into the cafe. Mind the windows. That is huge from Jamie Riley, as Bavaria need 2 from 5.
Well, when someone pops in for breakfast tomorrow and orders some scrambled eggs, they're going to probably find a grizzly ball at the table. And I like the idea to going for Wayne here. He hasn't had too much an opportunity. It's not a game Tarek need to win to keep their top 2. But right now, this over might not last too much longer. Just 2 to win now. And Riley can make up for it before and can finish it off and send Bavaria into the finals. He won't be able to do it there.
Oh, it's going to be done with wide.
Oh, no.
What an anti-climax. But Bavaria have chased down a massive target.
And look, going into the finals, talks about momentum. Okay, sure, they threw the ball around there towards the end, Tarek, but that's a very good chase. Pyle's going to finish on a pair of snowmen, 88. And Wayne is going to be the owner of the unwanted economy rate of 78. But anyway, congratulations to Bavaria, a side that got rock and rolled for 43. And now they chase down 141 with 5 balls to spare against a team that will be in the top 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, fantastic effort that from Bavaria. I have to say, that was a really well-measured innings. And, you know, credit to where credit's due. Pyle has absolutely turned up with an absolute blinder of an innings. And against some decent bowlers as well. We have to remember that Tarek wanted to win that. They haven't just thrown everyone.
No,
you know,
I think it's important that you keep involving people. So I don't mind that at all. So I think with that, we'll have a check of this maybe after the highlights. But I think Sloggers will hold on to top spot in the end. Sloggers Tarek in qualifier 1. The first game tomorrow will be Pirates versus Bavaria. Rugby CC, unfortunately, they miss out on the final 4. But join me, Vinny Sandu, with a couple of special guests as well tomorrow. Bright and early in Gibraltar. Also, there's Cyprus, so you can kind of mix and match for the first bit of the day as well. It's 10:45 here in Gibraltar. 10:45 GMT, 11:45 in Gibraltar, 4:15 in India. But before that, bright and early, get up. Rico and Charlie standing by to bring you finals day in Cyprus. So 7 finals matches. And I said this before, don't want to be a bit of ours is bigger than theirs, but after we've done two games a night, we're going to have a 4-game finals day. They can only manage 3 because of the sun there with the Lions, the big favourites there from Group A and Group B. But Bavaria, they'll be feeling anything's possible after that, Chase.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I'm happy for them. They've had a bit of a rough tournament, but if you look at them as a team, I said that, I think, on the first night, because they beat, with their first game, they beat Sloggers. Let's not forget that.
Yeah,
so they've
course.
actually now beaten Sloggers and Tarek. So they've beaten 2 of the best teams. As we have a little look here at the action, Avinash starting off here. As the captain, he's disappointed. He's a great little bowler, but Pyle was the man of the hour. Some absolutely sensational hitting from Pyle. You know, he's had a bit of a rough tournament, but supported here as we see Hatchman go strong. Hillman just couldn't get his hands to those ones. But yeah, some lovely hitting from Pyle. Again, he just goes over that offside. Came out with a bit of a go and thought, right, I'm going to finish off on a strong note, and he'll go into finals day full of confidence.
Yeah, certainly will. And yeah, Pyle's a guy, he's always looked threatening, hasn't he? And you can see with some of these shots, he ain't no shrinking violet. I mean, that one went down the street. Another one later would go into the cafe off the bat of Jamie Riley. Burns was able to get that decision, just getting one past Hatchman, hit him on the back pad, but then Riley came out. He looked pretty good as well. It was a good night for feet first slides if you're a fan of that. Puri just lost his bearings momentarily. I mean, Tarek, they'll be disappointed to lose, but I suppose they'd rather have that loss tonight than tomorrow. But Pyle finished on 88 not out, right up there with some of the biggest scores we've seen here at Europa Point. And it was all happening in the end, wasn't it? We had the free hit the stumps, it went for a bye and then an overthrow. But yeah, ultimately, I think if you look at Avinash Pai's captaincy throughout the tournament, he's looked for opportunities to get other players involved and wants to keep everyone up and about. And even though it's a bit of a tough one for some of the players, obviously Gonzalez drops that over. Wayne, again, when you haven't bowled too much, it is tough to come in and under all that kind of pressure to deliver. So, I mean, hopefully that doesn't put him off too much. Hopefully, we see him working on his bowling. We see him again, maybe another opportunity here on the rock. But that one pretty much sealed the fate of match 20. Bavaria get home with 5 balls to spare.
Yeah, brilliant effort. And I mean, Tarek, and it is good to see, and they will be wanting to give a few of the lads tonight when the pressure was off to, if they might be needed tomorrow. So you've always got to keep people fresh. You've always got to keep people actually in the game because you never know when you're going to need them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And yeah, Pyle, good time for him to heat up with finals just around the corner.
Yeah, so 88 runs from those 36 balls. I'll tell you what, he'll be happy. I would like to see Rich Hatchman possibly move up that order. Yeah. I think Rich Hatchman has the ability. If he comes off and he'll get you a big score in not many balls. Yeah,
you're right there. Extras, obviously, we saw a few at the end, which probably blew it out. But yeah, that's something Tarek want to get under control. And they were pretty good with that, to be fair, in the first game. But I think that's just the way it goes sometimes. I suppose it'd be different if there was weather forecast or something like that. Tarek probably would have been a little bit more ruthless at the end to try and get that top spot. Well, I mentioned the economy rate of 78. Wayne, well, maybe he's got 2 records, the earliest slide and maybe the most. It's actually not the most I've seen, by the way, 78. But that's the way it goes. I'm happy to see him get a go, and never really had time to settle. On a bit of a hiding to nothing there. Pai by 1 over 4, decent effort as you'd expect. Bruce had a bit of an off night with the ball. I'll be interested to see how he approaches tomorrow, kind of how often he bowls that slow ball, for example. Burns picked up the only wicket of the innings. Well, once again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone there in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube, and of course everyone watching on Fancode. Special thanks to all our chatters. Special thanks to my guest tonight, Bertie Burchick, earlier, and to you, Joey. It's been a pleasure commentating my first game with you, I think. Is that the first game together?
First one.
Yeah.
But it's been a pleasure being here. Absolutely loved it.
We might have had a half maybe a couple of years ago down there, but I'm trying to remember. Hey, look, there's confirmation now of the final standings with Pirates and Bavaria 3 and 4, and then you've got Sloggers versus Tarek in the 1 and 2 match. The winner of that Second match goes straight to the final. The loser of that 1 versus 2 plays a winner of 3 versus 4. So regular kind of top 4 that we use here when there's a 5-team group. And it will start tomorrow, 11:45 local, 4:15 in India. But of course, early in the morning, get up, set your alarm, because Charlie, which a few people are saying is a poor man's Joey Marples behind the microphone, he'll be there with Rico Full. Of course, I'm just joking. Charlie doing a fantastic job over there in Cyprus. And that will start at the quite early time of 7 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India. So that's the way it goes. A final reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, you can like the video. Don't forget to subscribe. We're up to 381,000 subscribers. Every subscriber is one closer to the magical 400. If it was good enough for Brian Lara, it's good enough for us. Also, I want to remind everyone to go to our social media at European Cricket. I think we've got a few moments tonight that could blow up as well. And finally, EuropeanCricket.com, the home of European Cricket. And if you're very clever, you might be able to find the ECL fixtures. I think they might have dropped today as well, Joe. So plenty to look forward to. Hopefully we get you back tomorrow. Any chance we can grab you for a cameo in the box tomorrow?
Oh, I think so. I think we can stretch that.
I like the way you think. There we go. There's the final standings confirmation that Tarek don't get the win that would have put them to the top. But maybe that's a monkey on their back they don't want. Using the monkey reference, of course, here in Gibraltar. But yeah, 2 years ago they did finish top, but weren't able to finish it off. Sloggers, turnaround story. They've got a squad that looks like they can go all the way, but they've got some obstacles in the way. Pirates third, Bavaria fourth. Rugby with the same amount of wins, but they lose out on the less points. Also, their net run rate wasn't quite as good as Bavaria's. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, hope you have a safe evening. Hopefully, I'll see you early on as well in Cyprus. The early bird gets the worm, and the best teams tomorrow will get 2 ECN trophies, one here at the Rock and one in Cyprus. Join us tomorrow for more action. Here's some of the best bits of Day 10. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here in the ECSN Gibraltar. For now, it's hasta mañana.